original reason for coming down here. You had signed on with a merchant named Eldart to investigate a magical portal that was supposedly somewhere in the Morash Devar, the marshes which dot this southwestern region of Arkval. There was definitely some rough moments last session with Bojana, who had been poisoned by the basilisk, but at the end of the day, everybody came back together. Everybody was fine, and I think the next day you were all getting ready to head back out into the Morash Devar, this time for your actual destination.
Yep.
And that's where we'll begin.
Did Memon show back up?
Yeah. Remember, okay. he popped in right next to you almost.
That's right.
Yeah. So I think probably the day after that is where we're going to be picking up. You guys have had like a day to rest and get with Eldart and your two traveling companions, Calvin and actually three traveling companions. You've got Calvin, Nemestra, and Rylan, who have been kind of hanging out at the Mirkwood estate.
It's pretty antsy, but it is an estate to stay at, so.
Yeah, and I mean, you were only here for a couple days.
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot to do here either. Like
oasis in the swamp, after all.
Yeah, like you look around and you see nothing but swamp. I don't know. So,
do we need to take a boat to our destination? This will be a place to get boats if we need one.
Yeah, so I guess maybe the next morning you're all together in the rather kind of spare dining hall of the Mirkwood estate. Galarian has allowed you guys to stay here, but unfortunately there's no wait staff now that Millie is dead, so you're kind of having to take care of yourselves while you're here. But you're meeting maybe for breakfast while you're talking about where exactly it is you're going, and making sure that you have all the proper supplies necessary for the sake of the session. We can say that everybody is already here, and you're asking Eldart where exactly this portal is?
Yeah. I think, after all, I mean, like, we're here. If we need a boat, this is probably the only place in the swamp we're going to get one. I don't know where we're going.
I think, yeah, he's looking down at his notebook, that his journal that you've seen him look into occasionally. There was definitely some notes about that earlier on in the journey, and he looks up and I think like he wipes his brow a little bit, and he's like, "Well, we'll actually be heading back the way we came."
Oh.
Fergus quirks an eyebrow.
Yeah, he kind of looks about and he says, as it turns out, that detour you had us take, Miss Marai, it put us not too far off from the location.
Oh. Good then, I suppose. I'm halfway through, like, wondering, like I'm eating something.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to put us on the Morash Devar page instead of the map page?
Sure.
Well, we should be on our way then, so that we can see what this mysterious portal is all about.
It should only be the journey of a day or day and a half.
Well, time be wasted.
I think before we leave, Fergus, we should take a few hours. I would like to prepare a backup plan in case something goes wrong.
User disconnected from your channel.
What sort of backup plan?
You know that I returned very rapidly to town previously.
I left many things behind.
If we are able to meet everyone in the basement, perhaps I can do the same for this facility. Should we need to return here in a immediate hurry, I would be able to, no matter where anyone is, return us all to this place.
Certainly, it's safe. I mean, there's the person who traveled through time and doesn't know it.
I kind of pause for a moment and say, I've only done this once before. Please
Oh,
bring your
oh.
own weapons. No, I don't know if any of you remember that, but yeah. I know, I'll pause for a moment and kind of look about and say, I'm sure that a shadowy place will not be hard to find in this location.
Does it be shadowy?
I just kind of look to you and give just a single nod.
So what's your plan, Graves?
I would like to tell everyone to meet me in where would be a good shadowy area that's maybe not the tombs. I think perhaps someplace in the house if there is one.
Attic,
mean,
maybe.
You could head up to the attic. If you ask Gylarian, he does tell you that there is a wine cellar.
A wine cellar will be perfect. We may need a drink when we return.
The old man responds, "Have you seen the weather, young boy? It's always shadowy in the..."
Yeah.
Yeah.
To be honest, the interior of even the first floor is pretty dim. So does everybody accompany Graves down to the wine cellar?
Mohana will go, yes.
Do you insist that everybody follow you, Graves?
I'll probably turn and say, meet me there in an hour. I need to prepare, and I will head down because I actually need to
Okay,
meditate.
in that
to-
time frame, I have a raptor and probably its twins to locate and collect.
Okay. I think before you leave to prepare, Graves, Aldart speaks up and says, "What exactly do you intend?"
Turn and say that it is trade secrets. I just kind of give him a bit of a half smirk.
Very well then. You can keep your secrets to yourself. He looks a little bit huffed, and he
Well,
promptly
no offense, my
turns
friend,
away
but
from you.
Monster hunters need to keep these things to themselves, after all. If it were to, let's say, a vampire were to one day bite you, I would not want them to know, yes? I just kind of give him a bit of a chuckle and say that, take care of yourself, and I'll start heading down to the
Fergus says everyone has their secrets. He looks meaningfully at the book as he follows Graves.
Follow me? I'll tell everybody to meet me in an hour. You can follow me if you want.
What book? Their book?
The journal Elder always looks at.
Oh, that book.
So Mirai, you actually find your raptor outside, sniffing about the gardens.
Ah, Flux. It's like, what have you been up to?
It pads over, its claws clicking against some of the stepstones set into the grass here. Flux is now the size of a small dog.
You're
He's
seriously
grown.
growing up rapidly, aren't you?
He's definitely grown very, very quickly. Even in the last just couple of days, it seems. Like, it's very peculiar because it seems to have been gradual but sudden at the same time. Yeah, he blinks up at you with these cold reptilian predatory eyes.
I wonder
and,
how big you'll get.
I think he sniffs your boot, and then just starts padding back towards the house.
Do you know where your brother is? Or sister, maybe? I don't know. We need to have everybody together.
It just, I think it looks about, and I think continues on towards the house almost ambivalently.
Oh, very well then. I accompany it then. Him. I guess we determined him.
Mm-hmm. He kind of pads around the interior of the house very curiously, and wanders about for some time. Roughly an hour later, Graves, you're down in the wine cellar, and I think Fergus, you're down here too. Maybe you're sitting on a barrel. Maybe you've procured some of the wine, or maybe are you too good for the wine?
How does Fergus react when I pretty much want to kill all of the lights down here? Like, I don't even want any torchlights. I want this place as dark as possible.
I imagine there probably aren't any lights unless you like them.
That's likely true. But I mean, is he okay with sitting here in like complete darkness with Graves?
Probably not complete darkness. It's like
Bohan would want to
must
bring in
it be
candle.
as shadowy as you think, Graves?
I'm going to say for the greatest chance of success.
You seem to like the shadows much.
Say that I've come to an understanding with him in the recent weeks. I'll just kind of look to say that if you do not mind sitting in the dark, you may stay here if you wish. I won't discourage you. Won't encourage you to stay, but I need to take time to meditate.
How long will we be in the dark?
What does it take to do a preparation thing? I think it's longer than
Preparation
Whole thing, right?
takes days or weeks.
Okay, yes, that's not.
Yeah, it's a longer time.
I may give you a kind of a situational bonus, maybe, but preparation technically, yeah, is a different thing entirely.
Not gonna happen here. One second here. I actually want to read one thing real quick before I
Reading spells is,
I guess
is
I,
important.
Within that hours of what I do, go out and I'm just I try to buy some rations. I don't know if they have any.
Okay, yeah, you can trade for some rations here. They don't really have a general store, but you can trade with them for some
Maybe some-
rations.
awesome.
Jerky crocodile meat or something.
Mm-hmm. They have a lot of dried fish, a lot of
They're selling dried
roots, too.
basilisks today.
I think I'm gonna leave my baby basilisk pieces of the snake creature back in my room, so I'll take that off my character sheet.
Okay.
Don't think I need that anymore. Before heading down.
I would say the maid comes in and screams, but being as she's dead.
She did, yeah.
She might even be in some of those baby basilisk pieces. You never know.
Yep. The old man might think it's a pillow and lay down and
Oh God, I hope not.
So, Graves, tell us what you are trying to do an hour from then. Does everybody show up?
I do with a candle, small candle from probably someplace
Notably, I
inside the
will
manor.
also. I think I would have probably also asked Ryland and the others here if anyone is going with us to also join us here. We're how many people do we have in total? Because this might be a bit tricky. We have to pick and choose here.
You have 4 NPCs, and you have 4 players.
So 8.
I think that I might be able to have everybody in that proximity. So yeah, I think when you guys all come down, I'll say that to close the door behind you and to watch your step, keep the lights out, and join me over here. And I'm going to say that everyone will need to be touching me. Everyone will need to be holding on me when I anchor us to this room.
Yeah, I think Aldar again asks, like, what? I thought you said we couldn't know what this was. What are you doing? What is all this nonsense? I think you definitely detect a glow as Bojana walks down the stairs with a candle, and you hear like the clanking of armor and stuff as 7 people walk down the stairs.
Clambering down the stairs.
I'll say keep the candle lit until you're safely here. Don't trip on anything, but you'll need to put that out in a moment.
Yeah, I think Mariah would probably have her lantern out just for the time being. You know, unless it was actually needed for us to be in darkness, she sees no point in it being dark.
So yeah, they walk down. How do you respond to Aldar? Like, what do you tell him you're doing?
I'll say that I'm going to lock us to this room, Eldart.
What do you mean, lock us? He says, like narrowing his eyes.
Either, Graves. That seems kind of
If we should be anywhere out in the field, should we encounter trouble that we cannot deal with a single word, every one of us that makes this lock will return to this room.
You mean to say you bind our souls to this place?
Not so much our souls as our physical bodies. This is not so much...
I don't want to be incarcerated. I don't know about you.
Well, perhaps I'm using bad terminology. I'm going to kind of look about and say, my point is, if we encounter something we cannot deal with the portal, and we need to leave, and we need to make our escape back to Arnhen, or we need to get word back to the guild.
Or if the portal be one way.
You mean you'll travel as fast as you did when I saw you, in essence, instantaneously transport yourself across the room?
Faster. We'll be immediately across the entire, wherever we are in the entire realm. We could travel far south or far north, and we should return to this place when I say the word. Until I remove the effect, which I can choose to do. This will not be eternal unless, for some reason I choose to leave the word up, but I do not believe that I would have any reason to do that.
I think
Once it's used, you will be free, and it will never affect you again. So this should not last you forever.
Nemestra speaks up for the first time, and she says, there any dangers to this ritual you are conducting?
In truth,
Any risks?
I've done it one time. I believe I know what I need to do now, but I will be truthful. This could carry risk. If you do not wish to partake, you may of course leave, and I will not stop you, but should the trouble really hit, I kind of pause in a second, and I really wish you would consider it. It would be very unfortunate, because I don't know if I could leave you behind, and without me saying the word, we cannot all return, so...
Graves, will you please roll 2d6?
Influence your follower.
Parlay or, loyalty check. Not too bad.
Could have been worse.
Alright, so anybody with a loyalty rating of 1 or higher is fine for this.
Good.
There is, however, one person who refuses.
Aldart.
Yeah.
I figured.
Oh boy. So Aldart says, I don't trust these magics. You playing with souls, and no, I'll have no part of this. And I think he storms up the stairs and
He says that it is your right, my friend, but do not say I did not warn you. Please take no offense. I'll holler up as he slams the door, probably behind him.
Yep.
Bohanna looks a little bit torn at this with Aldart going off. But she says, I'll stay, but if we move, she kind of says cautiously, back to here quickly, I'll need to ride off to try to save Aldart as well, wherever he might be. So I believe Padine wanted to serve him as the employer.
Graves nods and says, "Well, I of course not intend to leave Eldart unless the situation is literally so dire that we must fall all the way
It is
back
to be
here."
an emergency measure, but
Yes, indeed. This is not something I plan to use unless we simply need a convenient way back after the battle, but I'm assuming there will be a battle. There always tends to be.
The important part is it does provide a way back, yes? Should we need one?
Indeed. This is an emergency measure, Bojana. I do not intend to leave Eldart behind.
Very well. I'll stay and do these strange magics with you as well.
Druid will need to take hold of me and hold firmly. I know this will be a bit of a tight fit, and I'll kind of like
Not for me.
yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, so I'll probably kind of like kneel down and in the middle of the
I'll
room, make
circle
sure the
around.
light sources are all dead, and
Blow out my
If I don't
candle.
have him here yet, I have to fetch a flux, because I'm sure that's part of this deal.
oh yeah,
You have him. You have him.
I think I'm probably going
I
to
think I
look down
hold
and
his, like, maybe his tail up to you or something.
need to
Hold
see
still
Flux's
for a
new
minute.
size. And everything that Graves was going to talk
It-
to you about just flashes through his mind briefly, but he just goes with it.
Yeah, it blinks these big eyes up at you, and I think it kind of smells the air with its tongue. And I think as it stares at Graves, you can hear just a subtle click, click, click of its talon several times against the stone.
be getting bigger, Mirai.
He does. I don't know how big he's
It's
supposed to
actually-
get, but
Actually, two things I'd like to use here. I picked up the advanced move I Am the Knight. As long as you're acting in shadows, you get +1 ongoing. Would that apply to this?
Let me look. This is sounding possible, Mr. Batman.
I'm just wondering if my raptor has a taste for wine. Like, smells like wine in here.
Not only is the darkness your ally, it is now at your beck and call. As long as they exist, you may call upon the shadows to aid you and hinder your enemies. But if you act within the shadows, you get +1 ongoing. Conversely, whenever an enemy of yours acts within the shadows, provided you are somehow connected to the shadows yourselves, they get -1. Yes, that is exactly how this works.
That's awesome. Then in that case, I have a +2 on this roll, so that's better than a +1, I guess. Let's see what happens. I'm going to say everybody.
So everybody joins hands. Two people have to join hands with a raptor.
We arranged so that the elf is holding Memnon's hand.
On the other hand, I like to think that everybody is like maybe sitting cross-legged due to the height differences, and on one end, Graves is holding Nemestra's hand, and maybe Graves is like very, very eager to take her hand, and on the other, like he's holding a tiny, tiny little raptor claw. And everybody is in like this seance pose, essentially.
So,
I think
curiosity,
Mirai says, so what do we do now?
what is the name of this place? What is the name of the actual like state we're in? Like, I'm trying to remember.
Lady Adra's mansion.
You
or
could
something?
you could call it several
Manor.
things. This is technically the Mirkwood Manor.
There you go.
You're technically in the wine cellar of the Mirkwood Manor. It's also Lady Adra's or Baroness Adra's estate. You could refer to it as several things.
I'm going to use the Orcan word for estate.
Okay.
Mark that down in a second.
It's probably something like and it probably means like place of the weak and the frail.
I figure estate is a word that wouldn't come up in Orcan all the time. So if I
Yeah,
end up in an
it's
Orcan
probably just
conversation-
like it's probably something that comes up when they're talking about raiding targets.
Oh, thank God! I thought I was gonna blow it for a second. So yeah, I will absolutely forget the spell, and I will just say the word for Orkin Estate, whisper it into the shadows as hopefully I link us to this place.
All right, make sure you write this down because this is an important thing, and it may come up months from now.
I am making a note of this right now.
Needs to write down that
or-
exact phrasing
who
that Star
knows?
said a second ago, not the Orkin word for estate.
Yeah. Give me the specific phrasing here. It has to be a number of words equal to your level.
Wait, what?
Isn't that how this works? Let me read
I
this.
think you have to have one word. It has to be one word.
Oh, that's where I'm thinking of.
I was referring you wanted to say
Shadowgate.
in a while.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I was thinking of the other spell. We're all good.
Yeah, I know which one you're thinking of. It's a wizard spell, I think. I remember telling mine something like that. Just using the Orkin word for estate, and we'll just whisper that into the shadows, as I guess maybe the shadows might bind around everybody very, very briefly, and we can shield them probably for a moment, and then.
Yeah, like it's totally black in here, and for a moment, like a cool breeze passes over everyone's skin, and everyone gets this rippling up the backs of their necks and down their spines, and you feel this chill. It's not cold, it's just like you feel ultra creeped out. And he says, "Kuchak!" And it is slightly echoed through the room. It's kind of muffled and almost absorbed into the shadows.
Bless you.
I think Rylan is looking about in the dark, and he's just like, "Is
Should be done.
is that it?"
I'll look up and I'll say it is done. If you could give me an hour or so to rest afterwards, I will join you and we will begin our travels. And I'll pause for a moment and I'll say, how many days do you think it will take us to reach the portal? Or how long do you think it will take us to reach the portal from here before you go?
He's not here, but a day and a half, I think, was said.
Graves nods and says that I must prepare something. I will meet you up and I will meet you upstairs in a few hours, and
I
then we
can
will
turn
be
the
ready to
light back
depart.
on now.
I leave the lights off. You can.
Crawl up the
crash.
stairs, peasant.
Knock over wine rack.
Leave, but please shut the door behind you. I need a few hours down here.
I believe we should probably get on the road, or we're going to lose most of the travel for the day.
Nods and says, "This is too important. Give me just a few hours, Vajana. I will join you shortly."
So, can we get going then? You'll catch up?
We've already
Graves
wasted an hour today.
Graves nods and says, "That might be acceptable. I will try to catch up to you in a few hours. If you can give me an hour before you head out, that would be appreciated. I will catch up to you the second hour, and I'll say that I'll see you all shortly."
Okay.
Well,
Everybody leaves. There's one last thing I want to do.
Fergus rolls his eyes, see what's up the stairs.
I'd want to find Aldart and say that we can head on our way soon.
Yeah, I think you find him maybe sulking in like a small parlor, drinking tea with Gylarian. He looks up when you in, and he says, "Oh, is it all done down there?"
Yes, the magics are binding us to this place of safety in case of an emergency. Hopefully, it will not be needed at all.
Well, can we get on the move? Is everyone ready?
I believe we can pack up and be on our way.
Yes, I think so. I think
Graves will be meeting us on the road.
Indeed. Well, yes, of course.
And with that, we'll probably pack and go.
All right, so the rest of you all are getting the horses ready. Let's get a horse count. just for sake, we had
how many horses have been pulled off into the mire by crocodiles?
Bahana had one. That's probably
So-
still there.
The
Bohana
horse is still
replaced the missing. I think we were missing 2 horses, and
The
Bohana
beings,
replaced
yeah.
1.
I know
But
Mirage is fine.
since Graves is not traveling on his, I think we're all good.
Oh, cool.
I think 2 people are probably still going to have to saddle up together.
Well, I have the smallest body instead of a normal horse, so I'm fine with that.
But aside from that, I think everything's fine. So you guys prepare to head out, and he says, it should be a day's and a half journey to the northeast, back along the road. Mirai, you remember that trail you cut us around through the swamp?
Yes.
We'll be heading that way then.
We're not going back to a certain tower, are we?
He gives you like a quick look. Why? What makes you think that?
Well, it was one of the only notable features we encountered on the way here, so just saying.
Yeah, I think he looks a little bit flustered. He looks back and forth. He's like, well, it may be in that general vicinity.
Lovely.
What is it with magic and towers? It's always towers.
I think it's something about the circles. I mean, wizards always seem to like them. I don't know why. Guess maybe it's the most direct way to get above someone else.
Fergus looks up at people from below. Perhaps.
Poor Burgess. Right at
You're speaking to the choir.
waist height. So I think I will turn the creepy music off first, unless.
One other thing I wanted to do before I meditate in the darkness.
So I'm gonna have to turn the creepy music back on.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Graves,
the
Graves,
scene.
what are you doing? As the darkness embraces you like an old lover.
I think that I'm going to think about the day and a half, and I am going to see if I can, I guess, communicate with the shadows and ask them to fill the skies and fill the land with darkness around a day and a half for now, for a day. As much as possible, and I'm going to attempt to use control weather for the most overcast, shadow-blotted landscape possible in about a day and a half.
No, even less sun.
A day and a half, though. I'm not asking for it
I
immediately,
call the
several
rain.
days,
I bring it forth from the sun.
Thermal Vengeance. It's control weather. It's a little more slow acting, but I do think that might be just enough time, so it might be dark when we hit the portal.
All right, so pray for rain or sun, wind or snow. Within a day or so, your god will answer. Will change accordingly to your will and last a handful of days. We're not
Will the
asking
land be
for
dark?
unnatural darkness, are you? You're just asking for
Or
it to
dark-
be really overcast.
Filling the skies with enough clouds to just practically blot out the sun would be entirely okay with me.
Okay, yeah. You can't essentially cause an eclipse or anything.
I understand. I would need to.
It'll just be a
Thermal
very.
Vengeance or something
It'll be.
like that.
It'll be extremely cloudy. Yes.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm trying to make it as shadowy as possible because the more shadows, the better, really.
I think the shadows inherently agree with you, and you receive your +1 bonus as you go ahead and make your roll.
Okay, the shadows
Al-
and I are
Always more shadows. It does in fact occur. You feel the shadows tickling across your skin, and you hear whispers in your ears, and you know that they will be spreading the darkness to that area.
I will definitely, I guess, show my thanks and remain communing with them until I have finished my communion. I don't know when that will be, but yeah, I will stay here in the shadows and meditate upon this.
All right, so it's just a couple hours.
And as soon as I am set up with that, I believe that I'm going to start getting ready to head out.
All right.
We've already been underway.
Yep, you guys have been underway for a couple hours now.
I will be booking in their general direction.
So, I hate to bring it up, but how do horses respond to a raptor who is not in my pack?
It's less sight and more smell with horses. Horses can like detect water from miles away, so I have to imagine that they've really gotten used to the smell of the raptor. It's not necessary that they're comfortable with him, but the raptor has been riding with you guys for some time now, and I think while on edge and certainly a little bit jumpy when he runs into their line of sight, they're not fleeing off into the swamps.
And it hasn't gutted any of them yet.
We'll see.
Yet.
We'll see if you guys are foolish enough to leave your horses alone with the raptor.
Something else on the training regimen, not to kill animals belonging to us. Or probably other innocent people too. We'll work on that.
Stop killing people. We'll work on it.
So, who amongst the party would endeavor to scout, trailblaze, and quartermaster?
Well, I've always been quartermaster before.
I do believe I will scout this time.
Okay.
I'll trailblaze, sure.
We'll see how Bojana fares leading
Yeah, she
the way
hasn't
through
done
the
this
swamps. Everybody give me a roll.
This could be bad. I'm a straight up roll. Well, not too bad.
All right, so you don't get lost. It takes about a day and a half. Fergus has all the victuals, and Mirai, you keep a very watchful eye out. I think thanks in large part to your raptor. Is your raptor actually even? Is your raptor trained for watch? I'm wondering if you get a bonus for that.
He is not.
Okay, all right. Yeah, that would be that would definitely be scout. If you had scout, he could help you with that.
Yeah, unless you want to let me swap it. He's technically trained to travel, but he's not big enough to actually ride yet.
But he will be eventually.
Yes, and not much longer, given that you're a goblin. I mean, goblins ride on large dogs. Oh, that'll be fun. Oh, you could be a goblin raptor knight. So, let me see. You're about 2.5, 3 hours out. Still no sign of Graves yet. When you start to notice, Mirai, that the horses are most definitely starting to look like they're a little bit on edge. Nobody else has noticed this yet. Looks like the manes are standing up a little bit. Their ears are flipped up. They're kind of like looking back and forth, like they're sensing something. And you notice that the raptor is kind of like trotted forward to the forward section of the group.
What is it, Flux? I think I'd motion back to the others to like hold for a moment, if they could see me.
Yeah.
What is it?
think Nemestra and Rylan both ready their bows fairly quickly and come to a stop as you all come to a stop on this very kind of winding path through and around the marshes. I think Calvin is in the rear, and Bohanna is up front, obviously, doing the trailblazing. When Bohanna's horse starts to shy away and like definitely like rear back from one of the nearby patches of brushes, and Bohanna, you're being already alert, you're able to move the horse back away in time to see a large shape slither its way out from the brush, and everyone sees this.
Another one.
Oh
really?
God!
as the raptor and it starts making these weird noises, and it starts diving from side to side, not really sure how to approach the situation as the horses start backing away, and you guys see a significantly larger basilisk come moving out of the brush.
I told you there had to be another one.
Right? Right?
Do you urge the horses past it, Fergus?
Yep.
Do you want to give me a perhaps a charisma roll to get your horse to charge past this thing?
He's like, no.
Not really, but I suppose I will.
It sounds like you want to get everybody to ride fast here. Your horse is definitely not really willing to do so too easily. Yeah, so I think you start to bolt the horse forward. Ride everyone! And the horse just like flings itself to the side, and you're once again nearly
drops me
bucked
in
off.
front of-
Yeah, you're once again nearly bucked off the saddle. The horse, I think it puts you in the position. Unfortunately, the horse is panicking, and in its panic, actually places itself within striking distance of the basilisk, and it can I think run forward, but you see the basilisk start to rear back, and it looks like it's about to strike. You could potentially try to intervene and leap off your horse. Unfortunately, I don't think you're big enough to like lean over the side of the horse and intercept the blow. It would be hard even for a normal person. Or maybe you could let the horse take the blow and keep riding, and you would ride out of danger and past this thing.
Can I strike at it when it strikes the horse?
Like I said, you're pretty high up, and this thing is it's not striking high on the horse, like it's striking for the legs. I think you're maybe a little bit too high, especially since you were like trying to ride past it. You could try to strike him, but let me think how this would go. You could try to strike him, but he would I think you start to pull your axe up back towards it, and you're obviously thinking this, like this is your first reaction. I want to strike this thing instead of letting it attack the horse. You'd be able to strike it, but it would actually because you have to lean over to do it, be able to strike you as well. What do you decide?
I guess I'm continuing to ride past it, I guess.
Okay, all right. So the horse, I think, jukes and then shrieks as you all see this basilisk rear up and latch its fangs onto the horse's flank, just back behind Fergus and several feet down. The horse almost throws Fergus off, but Fergus manages to kick the horse into a gallop, and the added pain from the bite spurs it onward, and Fergus is able to ride past Basilisk. How does everybody else react?
I draw a freezing arrow from my hunter's arsenal and to shoot it upon the foul beast.
Okay,
Cool.
interesting. Yeah, it certainly can't keep up with the horse. I think it's dragged a few feet before it releases its grip, and you're starting to line up a shot on it. Why don't you give me a volley roll here?
Indeed.
Nice.
Nice indeed.
Yep. Now I have 1d8.
Any target you strike with it is quickly frozen in most cases. If it gets free or if it manages to resist its effects, its actions are slowed significantly. Yeah, you sink that arrow deep into its scales, and it hisses, coiling back away from the point of impact, as if it had been struck by an animal, and trying to strike at the arrow itself. And you can see its scales starting to darken and freeze over around the edge of the arrow. And yeah, you can definitely see this spreading dark blue tone spreading up from its extremities. I guess not extremities, but from its trunk.
Slowed.
Does it actually look like it's freezing solid?
I wonder if that's
If it is, it's being it's slow, but it does look like this area is expanding as you're watching.
Interesting.
It does to you with your untrained eye and inexperience with whatever Mirai is doing. It does look like she just fired something, and it is starting to freeze solid.
Where am I in relationship to them?
You're probably the absolute closest to this thing. You're at the front of the pack, and you're probably only like a dozen feet away from it, and you're probably like maybe half a dozen feet away from everybody else.
Okay, I'll yell back at the others who are kind of, I'm assuming, behind me, following on the path, to go round, and I'll draw my sword and go right at this thing as it's distracted from its belly shot of freezing.
All right, nice. So you gallop in with your horse. Go ahead and give me hack and slash.
Well, it's better than a 6.
Maybe Jana's built up a tolerance.
Let's see.
It was almost a 10.
We'll see in a moment. Roll a d10 for me, please. Before you roll your own damage. Oh wow, that's a good d10 to roll.
Yahoo!
So I think its fangs lash out, and it probably sticks in your armor and does little else. And you strike a tremendous blow against this thing, hacking off a giant chunk of it.
Too
I think
piercing.
what happens is you're riding towards it, and you go for a downwards cavalry slash, and you slash it across the face, or maybe across the body, and it jumps up and lashes at you. But because its actions are slowed, its fangs get caught in your chainmail, and it starts to get dragged along the ground as your horse rides forward, and you reach back and you just start cutting it away. and
Oh,
eventually,
gosh.
eventually it lets go. But yeah, that you get multiple shots on it before it falls away and lands on the side of the trail that you're following, vastly bloodied. And I think you can, as you come to a stop, you can turn around. You can see the blood leaking out from its extremities is starting to darken and coagulate, and it looks like it's starting to freeze in places the closer it gets towards that arrow.
Cool. Do the others start to ride out and around? Aldart and Rylan and Calvin?
Yeah, I think this. I think they start to ride back around, and they successfully get Aldart around this thing. It's so distracted by its wounds that it does not look like it's putting up any more of a fight anymore. It's actually starting to try to slither off back into the brush.
Cool. I'll kind of stand in guard. I'll slow my horse for the others to get by, and then I'll bring up the rear, and then go up in front of them to trailblaze again.
Okay. So you guys let it disappear?
I don't. I think I see like one less creature like that in the marsh, and I fire Stormcrow into the air.
Oh God!
Oh god.
Awesome.
And it's now cloudy out too.
Yeah.
That's actually
it
a
comes
day,
later.
a day away.
Yeah, I don't think that makes any difference, anyways.
I would probably have given you a circumstantial damage bonus for that, but go ahead and roll your 3d4.
I'm betting on 3.
Oh!
It's so
Damn!
close. So close to 3.
The weakest bolt of lightning anyone has ever heard of streaks down
It
from
seems
the
to be a
heavens.
trend of my rolls.
It streaks
Oh my
down from the
God.
heavens. It rips down through a nearby tree and like singes a branch, and burns into this arrow. And essentially, you guys see the cartilaginous skeleton of this thing briefly start to illuminate through its body as it starts to smoke, and then it just like an earthworm that's crossing a driveway in the sun. It just like it stops and it starts to shrivel up, and
God.
it shrivels up and hardens and curls in on itself, and it then stops moving. This arrow just like burning in its side, like the arrow is now on fire. And it stops moving. The thing itself is not disintegrated, but it looks like you've probably finished it off anyway.
Oh, amazing!
One less
Struck by
of the
lightning.
creatures in the swamp.
You also have this horrific smell of this incredibly charred snake.
Well,
Singed snake smell.
Yeah. I mean, like it might not actually be horrible. It's probably the scales smell pretty bad as they're melting, but if anybody in the party likes snake, it's probably not that bad of a smell.
yeah, I think Raikkonen is like, yeah, I don't. You don't want any of that, do you, Fox?
I think he goes over and he starts like clawing at it, and bits of mush fall away where it had been frozen and then flash heated, and it just turns its nose up and begins trotting away.
Yep, that's what I thought.
I guess if it's not too far from the path, right? It didn't get too far away.
Yeah.
It's not too far from the path. I'll probably go over and just like run my sword through its head if it's not frozen over, just to make sure
Its jaws snap down.
as I drive it through.
Yeah, like a bear trap almost.
I'll kind of look over to see if there's anything like a hand or something sticking out of its mouth or anything like that. If somebody's eaten or anything. Probably look around the area for stone statues of people.
No evident sign that it's eaten anybody, but please roll a D10. Do you get any modifier for this? I don't think so. I think it's probably just a D10.
Alrighty. 7.
Yep. In the meantime, I'm going to fish in the bag of holding for another bundle of arrows.
Okay. Give me a bag of holding roll while you're at it.
Uh-oh. That's a good one.
Oh, Mariah's yet to lose her hand.
Yeah. Her entire body as she gets sucked in.
Bojana, would you like to give me a D4?
You see Fergus
Okay.
trying to feed the horse an antitoxin.
Oh, God. We'll get to that in a second.
It's for your own good, I swear.
We'll get to that in a second. Poor Fergus, he does not have good luck with horses.
good horse luck at all.
Oh God, Binky 3. I think you're looking for like remnants that this ate somebody, and you're sorely disappointed. And I think you put your hand or your boot on it to pull your sword back out, and as you do, your head is kind of jerked in a kind of an unnatural direction you wouldn't have looked before, and you see a large silhouette against the against like the side of the marsh through the brush. Do you investigate?
Sure, I'll check that out. How large?
About as large as a horse.
Oh wow. Yeah, I'll be cautious, but I'll come around and keep my sword out in front of me and check it out.
You start to get closer, and it becomes a little bit more regular, more rounded, and you discover the remains of a boat, like a small rowboat. And inside, it looks like it's been maybe partially capsized here. You don't find any person or bodies or anything. I think you find some rotten fishing equipment and something intriguing. You're looking through this and you see something wedged underneath one of the bench boards. It looks like a box, maybe about like a foot by 8 inches by 6 inches.
Okay.
Not a huge box.
I'll sheath my sword and check it out.
Actually, no. It is actually it's like Footlocker sized.
Oh wow.
You pull it out, and it's not locked. And in fact, as soon as you get it away from where it was wedged beneath the bench, the lid pops open and gold coins spill out into the boat.
Holy cow.
You find a small chest, 2 weight, of approximately. Well, it's actually not 2 weight in our new system. Let me compute how much this would weigh in the new system. It is 200. It is 200 coins. 200 gold.
A small amount.
So that's 2 weight then, right?
Is it?
I think it's.
Does that come out?
Weight
Is it?
per 100.
Let me.
Right?
What did I write? Is it actually
I
that?
think we're doing 1 weight per 100 coins, no matter what type of coin it is.
Yeah, it is. Actually, I guess Dungeon World did conform exactly to Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, fairly well.
I mean, like no, like that 100 coins per load is the same
Per D&D,
exchange
yeah.
rate. Yeah, for exchange rate. Yeah, so 200 coins worth or 2 weight in total.
Okay, I'll lug that up on the shore and kind of strap it to the side of my horse there. Do I need to use an adventuring gear with some rope?
No.
Oh, okay, just kind of tack it on.
You have
Go back.
enough. You have enough stuff
Room
on there
there.
to secure it.
What did you find?
I found a chest filled with gold. Our riches have already increased on this fortuitous adventure.
I think Aldart casts like a a curious glance in your direction. Like it is definitely taking an interest at the mention of gold.
Guess maybe someone else wandered by and got caught by the beast.
I think the master just says unfortunate.
Yeah, I did not find a body, so either it was consumed or they ran away
Well,
in terror.
judging by the previous victim, I can tell which one is likely. It is quite unfortunate, I agree, but
The wreck had been there for quite some time.
that one won't be eating anything else.
So,
This is true.
Fergus,
Oh, boy.
you rode on for a little ways, and you stopped the horse. You look back and you see these giant welts on its flank. You hop off and try to feed it an antitoxin.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to.
How do you approach this situation?
I pour the antitoxin into a ration and then try to make it eat that.
What ration are you giving it?
Um,
What sort of food?
it's dungeon ration. I don't know if the horse would find that appetizing or not, but I did.
I think so.
Yeah.
Like probably some.
If it's nuts and berries and that kind of
Yeah.
stuff.
It's probably like nuts, yeah, berries and dried
Yeah.
stuff.
So you try to coat, essentially trail mix
Yeah.
with with antitoxin. No roll required. You managed to feed it. Well, is it going to be interested in just immediately chowing down after it's been attacked by a basilisk? We'll have you roll, but roll with a +1. Actually, +1 an advantage.
On charm.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna hit the button. We're just gonna add one to whatever it says.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh,
Yep.
God.
Oh no!
I knew this would happen.
Fergus needs more interpersonal skills. So yeah, like it was. If it was anything other than just having been attacked, it would obviously find this fine. But the horse is still freaked out, and Fergus is not the best at calming people down. Fergus is like, God damn it, I don't want to lose another horse. And the horse is just like freaking out. So I think what happens is you pour all this onto the trail mix, and in your endeavor to feed it to the horse, it all ends up pretty much on the ground, and it only ends up taking a little bit in its mouth. And it's like anytime you've ever like had to feed medicine to a cat with one of those like syringes.
Yeah.
It's like that. Like it's just like it's turning its head back and forth and does not want it at all. And essentially the antitoxin is wasted. As is the ration.
Fergus is going. Just has one hand on his face, going like this, going like.
It's like it starts shying away from you, like as you're trying to force feed it this stuff. I think the rest of the group, eventually rides forward, and Fergus is there in front of the horse. And right about now, there's just like a slight, and Graves appears maybe about like 100 yards away, like probably atop a tree or something. No, not atop a tree. He's probably in a tree where it's vaguely shadowed, and it's looking about.
Like, Graves, is that you?
I'll holler
You
down
hear
and say
you hear a
that-
cracking of branches.
And he falls out of the tree.
Yeah, Graves, you fall out of the tree, just like because you were aiming for a really far way away, and you were aiming for the base of the tree, but you ended up in the tree, and all of a sudden now you're tumbling
I
towards
think
the
it goes
ground.
like this. I hear the foop. I look up and like, Graves, is that you? The branches crack. He falls down. Like, yep.
I am the knight. So, yeah, I think that I'll try to recover my balance and dignity as much as I can as I fall down out of this tree, and dust
How do you-
myself off.
Do you try to do that after you land, or do you try to somehow do it before?
If I can grab a branch or something on the way down and slow my descent, it's probably better than hitting it full ground or full.
You could
speed.
always just aim for the shadows at the base of the tree.
That is true.
You're not
that's
gonna
true.
end up like standing, but you won't smack in. You'll just be like maybe laying down on the ground.
You know what? I think I'll totally do that. I'll just do a little bit of a shadow skip down if I can just
Yeah.
face plant
Yeah,
through
so
it.
I think you hear branches breaking and you see him fall, and then all of a sudden he's just on the ground. Like you blink and you think like, did he just fall all the way? But you don't see any impact or anything, and he begins just getting up. Doesn't look like he's too dirty or anything.
To dust myself off a little
Oh.
bit regardless and say that
It's good to
your
see you,
travels went
Graves.
well.
I've already fought one other basilisk today.
you did.
We did.
You recover its venom sacs.
It's pretty crisp. It's over there.
In a direction and say that, oh, I don't believe there will be much more usable venom if you've somehow set it on fire. And I'll just kind of glance in its direction. Who did that?
The bow that Padine has can call lightning.
Oh, really?
Ah.
I thought the spirits of my blade called down the lightning on it.
I think there's like a voice somewhere in your mind, Bojana. It sounds like your father, and it's just like you wish.
God.
You
So that
suck,
cleared that up for
daughter.
me.
Alright. So, yeah. I think I'll look about and say that we should probably get moving. We wanted to reach the portal on schedule after all.
Well, Graves, we'll have to make camp in a few hours. We'll probably reach sometime tomorrow.
Hayes will nod and say that would be acceptable. I am looking forward to our arrival, and I'll just kind of look about and say that, what is it you're hoping to find out here, merchant? At this point.
I think you guys are maybe starting. Are you climbing up onto one of the horses, Graves?
How about I go walk over, just check its pack since I had my stuff on one of them. Probably not gonna climb onto it though. I'll probably just walk along beside it for the moment.
Okay. Yeah, I think he's looking down beside you as you guys start making your way back along the trail. I think you all notice that Fergus's horse is got something of a minor butt limp. Is the best way I can describe it. And I think he says, "Well, I've already explained to you. Surely, this portal leads somewhere that could provide a great opportunity for a wily merchant and sufficiently skilled adventurers."
It could lead to many areas of absolute horror, and a merchant's not usually one to like to investigate these portals. Would you have reason to believe it leads to another civilization? Somebody you can actually trade with? Something more than you've told us so far.
What are you implying?
Nothing, that perhaps you may be in contact with someone on the other side that might give us some idea of what we're...
No, as I've told you, I haven't seen it yet.
And I'll say that, very well, I was thinking perhaps you may have heard something secondhand or had some reason to believe a rumor perhaps that it leads somewhere to a civilized land of opportunity opposed to some horrible death realm that is filled with the undead.
I think he turns to you and he looks. He says, "What about undead?" What have you heard?
I certainly hope that this is not does not lead to a horrible death realm of legions of undead.
He looks suddenly like he's about to pause the horse.
I'll just kind of shrug my shoulders and say, perhaps it leads to a land of great wonders.
I think
and
Ryan would say,
Yes.
should we
yes.
have concerns that leads to a death realm full of terrible undead?
What? Let's head off all this talk of death realms and look. You all signed up, knowing that
Certainly.
the portal could lead anywhere. A magic treasure trove, a forgotten tomb. Who knows? But I have reason to believe that there are riches on the other side. Yes, and we will see for ourselves. He
Certainly,
looks like
good
he's trying to
merchant.
screw
We
up
have
his
come
courage.
too
And
far
there'll be
to
no
stop
further
now.
talk of death realms or the undead or anything of the sort.
Very well, but you did mention
Good
we,
merchant, we've come too far to actually stop going now. But
Of course, I
it's
intend to
be
see
best
this
to be prepared
through.
for anything, yes?
I'll say that you did mention you have some reason to believe there's treasure on the other side. Perhaps for the sake of our successful venture, you could share those reasons with us as we travel.
It sounds like you're attempting a parlay. What exactly would the terms of your parlay be? What are you trying to offer him? Are you implying that you will not be going along with him if he doesn't tell you?
No, I'm definitely going. I'm just like asking. Like, I'm not really sure if parlay would be the thing. I'm really trying to see if I can get him to explain what his reason for thinking there's treasure on the other side is. Maybe give us a heads up so maybe we don't fail horribly. Is guess what I'm trying to tell him.
Yeah, I think he just says, look, you know all I know, and let us continue.
I'll just shrug and say that I never had any plans to turn back. And I'll just keep going along to the portal, not saying another word. I don't know. For some reason, he's striking me as a little shiftier today than he has been. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
So eventually, the day winds down. It is a long and exhausting trek through the Morash Devar. You're all contending with the swatting of flies and the occasional horse shying away from an alligator or a snake. Thankfully, no more basilisks. It's getting towards dusk when Fergus, your horse collapses down beneath you. This is the best way I can describe it.
Fergus's size.
You notice that it for some time that it has some trouble breathing, and it's continuing on. You think it's maybe it's getting winded, and it's increasingly reticent, and you're having to increasingly pitch it forward, with the reins. And all of a sudden, there's just this moment where Fergus's horse stops, and everybody starts riding past him, and all of a sudden, his horse just collapses forward, and sending him sprawling into the mud.
Oi, looks like I probably lost another one. Guess I be walking.
You can ride with me, Master Fergus. I have room on top of the chest now on the back of my horse.
Sitting on top of a chest.
Like a dwarven good luck charm
Yes.
to ward off evil.
Kill another horse.
I think Rylan moves forward and he pokes the horse and he says, "Oh, this is not a good omen." As he pokes the horse, you can see that its rear flank has has turned into this dark gray, rock-like texture, and that in the places where it is cracked, it has like been weeping blood. It looks like an extremely painful condition that looks like it's spread up into the thing's torso.
Stupid
And
mare
it's-
wouldn't eat the antitoxin.
It seems to be like frothing at the mouth, and its eyes are terrified.
I will say that, well, you asking for antitoxin, I'll start searching my bags immediately and say
Little
that,
late now.
Bit late.
I think the horse is beyond any kind of help.
I think Calvin moves forward. He says, "You want that I should put it down?"
I'm gonna walk over and take a look at it.
So the horse is lying in the mud on its side. Its giant side heaving rather raspily, and you can see that its entire back right flank, spreading up to its middle, is looks like it's been kind of almost converted to this stony rock-like condition that's weeping blood. And the horse itself looks like it's got foam on its lips that looks like it's bloody itself, and it looks very panicked.
Does it look like if it was to receive magical healing that it might be susceptible to taking a toxin, or does it look like it's too far gone even for that?
This looks like it's pretty advanced, like it's not been treated for several hours. You know of what was said from the attack on the Baroness, that because she wasn't treated for some time, that's why the condition had advanced like it is, even though most of the venom probably hadn't it had already been expended on one of her guards. The guards who had been killed apparently had simply turned to solid rock or stone in a matter of hours.
I'm gonna look to Fergus and say, if I thought it would do any good, I would attempt to call upon the healing arts, but I think that I can kind of look down and say it might be too late for that even. In fact, I believe it is too late for that even.
I
But
tried to feed her antitoxin, she wouldn't eat it.
Calvin just moves forward, and then after a brief moment, plunges his halberd down the spiked end, like right into the thing's head, and there's like a brief scream from it, and then it just like stops.
Which attracts another basilisk. No, sorry. Alright.
Hey, Graves is gonna shake his head and say that it's always sad to see this happen. And I'll just look to Fergus and say, you'd be needing to move your belongings.
And not had any belongings on the horse.
I'm not, and I'll say that I'm sorry for your loss. I have known this feeling many times.
So Fergus jumps up on the horse with Bojana, and you ride like that, leaving the
I suppose so.
leaving the horse behind.
Indeed.
All right. So another hour and a half pass. I think you run into to nothing particularly foul. There do seem to be some wolves off in the distance, but due to Mariah's scouting, you see them quite a ways off, and it looks like they're not eager to attack a party of your size. There's just a couple of them, and you can see them kind of staring in your direction from probably like a mile off, maybe a little bit closer. And as you're kind of moving along the path, they eventually kind of lose interest and move off into the swamp. And then You arrive at a familiar location. You see a sizable pond, almost like a small lake, spreading out before you, as the moon. I guess the moon's not out yet. I guess the sun begins to set, and you see the silhouette of the tower, which you had camped at several days ago, coming into view.
Huh. Well, that is the tower.
Who would have guessed we would return to this tower? I ask, with a bit of sarcasm in my voice.
The Galdart says, it is in this area.
I'll be back in just a minute.
Where exactly in this area is it? I don't see a strange portal.
Oh, well, about that. So I think he's looking around and he's looking like down at his journal, and I think you guys are paused at the edge of the pond, and he's like looking back and forth. And he's like, they assured me it would be here. I'm sure there's something. Maybe we're not in the right spot, or maybe we're not doing something right.
Think it might have anything to do with the top of the tower, while looking over at the ruins.
Do you? Could that be it?
Wizards, don't they usually build things on top of towers?
Well, the men that I spoke to, the guards who were apprehending the criminal, said that they saw it simply floating out there above the water.
So, someone was using this location to summon a portal, and they did not see the person responsible?
No, well, they said it was here when they arrived, and it was here when they passed back through. The course of several days.
Those runes were activated by us on accident. Is this some sort of trap? There may be another way to activate more and trigger this portal. Someone was doing it on purpose.
How did you activate the trap or deactivate it? Maybe it needs to be triggered.
With the light from my bow, and I'll kind of like raise my Sunfire crossbow up.
So, should we investigate the tower then?
We should. Does anyone understand what those runic symbols might have meant? Perhaps they can give us the most insight.
What are they written in for people to know if they can read it?
It was the lizard folk language, if I remember correctly. I can't. Draconic, possibly. I'm not 100% sure.
I believe it was a mixture of Draconic and the language or the symbology of a specific deity. Jeroa, the god of astronomy, the infinite knowledge of the cosmos.
Does anybody read such symbols?
Fortunately, I don't usually have much call for those particular languages. This place was built by demons. I can tell you quite a bit about it.
Demons? No. Why would... No.
I'll say indeed. It's actually making it difficult that it's not.
Well, let us go up in the tower and see if we can find anything of use.
So you guys travel around the lake and once again go back to the tower?
Yeah.
Okay.
I might just skip the whole lake part and just shoot myself over to the other side.
Okay. I think one of the horses kicks a bit. Is the guy standing right there just disappears, but eventually moves on. So yeah, you port over to the tower, probably like 10 minutes ahead of everybody else. Eventually, everybody. Do you bring the horses across the shallow path
Walkway thingy,
through through the water again, or do you leave them on the mainland, or do you bring them to the tower?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna bring the horsey to the tower. Just park him, kind of hitch him up somewhere out front there. Got to be a bush or something I can tie the reins up to.
Yeah, you guys. I mean, you
I
guys.
said before, but we did
Yeah.
it before too. So
I mean, you guys managed to have them there the first time.
Yeah, repeat. Well, I wasn't here.
So, you all eventually get to the tower, and I think the others begin to kind of tie the horses back up and take the saddles off. They're all feeling maybe like I think you can see they're feeling a little bit uneasy, and Calvin too mentioned something about I wasn't imagining we'd be returning here so soon.
or I.
Portal did not claim the life of Padine, did it? Sucking his soul away in his sleep or something?
This is where Padine died?
Indeed, he died
Aye.
upstairs.
Oh, that's horrible.
I had
Hopefully
to
it
fill
isn't
with
some
poisoned
foul
water,
magic.
So do you set about exploring the tower or looking for anything in particular while the others are kind of setting up camp here at the tower?
Yeah, I want to go up top and check that out, personally.
Okay. So
As I've
I
never
once
seen it
again
before.
Picking my sunfire light that reveals hidden things on, and I'm going to be sweeping the tower with it.
right, so you activate your sunfire light and you begin sweeping the tower. Can you please give me a roll with wisdom?
Sure thing. Oh.
So
This happened before.
Bojana walks through the door just fine. Eerily similar to what happened the first time, Graves takes his light out and then flashes it across the runes. And all of a sudden, Bojana, you hear a crack from behind you. And Graves, can you please roll D8 plus 3?
Oh, wow.
You take 9 points of electric
Oh,
damage as
Jesus.
you are struck by a bolt of lightning that leaps from one of the stones, travels up the bow through your arm, and then out your back. And everybody watches looks back as this line of light just like passes right across Graves, and there's this.
I'll draw my sword quickly and turn around. What was that?
I think I'll probably hit the ground with a bit of a smoking back and
Graves, and if I rush over to him, like
Yeah, Ryland's drawing his bow and looking for somebody who's attacked them, and Calvin's like, "Damn it, wizards! Where are they?"
the runes. Don't aim lights at the runes. I'll comment as I start to get back up and pick my crossbow up, keeping it pointed to the ground.
what runes?
I'll motion with my offhand towards where I think that maybe that got particularly triggered from.
So it is magic.
Yeah, you can see one of the runes on one of the keystones here around the entrance to the tower was brightly illuminated, and now it's fading, and you can kind of smell this acrid ozone smell, and you can see kind of like a few streaks of smoke kind of fading out of the rune itself and twirling up into the sky. It's like maybe one of probably 30 something runes.
Ohana
I'm
will.
gonna definitely.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll definitely keep my crossbow pointed to the very much the ground right now. And in fact, I might even attempt to cover it if I can for the second. So it doesn't hit any more
Like
runes
a
for the
defensive
moment.
mechanism for the tower, or perhaps more.
Ohana will
I
put
think-
her shield up in front of her and her sword and start heading up the stairs towards the top of the tower, kind of
Okay.
ready for any kind of more traps that might strike.
All right, your boots kind of grind against the old stone and the moss here on the stairs as you ascend. The light from day kind of quickly fading as the sun sets, and you can see the orange light kind of coming in through the different broken windows here, and you eventually make your way up to the second floor. What is everybody else doing at the base of the tower?
Is there a nice shadowy corner somewhere in this tower?
Oh yeah, absolutely. If you look through the door, you can see the entire interior of the tower is very much in shadow. Nobody has gone in there and lit it yet.
I think I'm gonna make my way
I
in
would
there
probably
and-
be very curious about this doorway that is blasted graves.
I'll shoot back and say, "Be careful, Marai," and I'll start walking into the tower. And I'm gonna try and catch my breath while I call upon the shadows to patch my injuries. And I'd like to cast Cure Light Wounds inside the dark tower.
Before that happens, Graves, you step forward towards the door again, still holding the crossbow, and you hear as much as feel a, and I need you to make another wisdom saving
Oh,
throw,
boy.
please. Another wisdom roll.
Oh boy. I have a feeling this is probably because there's one on the floor, isn't there? Maybe I learned my lesson.
So you feel yourself start to get picked up off the ground, and I think you find yourself being very alarmed by this as you can no longer move forward, and I think you have to reach over and you grab a hold of a nearby, maybe a saddle from one of the horses, and you prevent yourself from being lifted up into the sky.
Oh wow!
Holy crap!
Your legs are currently pointing up towards the sky, and Graves is holding on with one hand on one of the saddles, and is holding onto his crossbow with the other, and it looks like he's falling up into the sky.
What?
I am going to try to stare into the room, since you said it was shadowy in there through the doorway, and attempt to jump the hell out of this whatever I'm in right now.
Graves, can you please
Oh
give
my
me
gosh.
another wisdom roll?
Oh dear lord.
God. Oh.
This wasn't a total fail.
So you concentrate on the shadows, you're like, get to the shadows, and you disappear. And something very peculiar happens that has never happened before. You do not end up where you were looking. Instead, you find yourself floating in limbo, half in and half out of reality, trapped in front of the door, precisely in the middle, between the point where you were and the point where you're aiming, and the only thing that was intersecting was the door itself. And you're there, and you're in this odd. I need to change the music here. You're in this odd situation. There is no color. You're floating in like gray and blackness, and you can see the tower around you, and you can see like the silhouettes of the horses and Marai and Fergus nearby, but like they're there, but they're not there. You look over and you can see Marai her kind of figure there, but it's almost like a shadow standing in the place where she was, and it's very very ephemeral, and like if you look up, you can see that the sky itself is not black, but it is actually white, and the setting sun is casting black rays across the sky, and it's almost like you're looking into a negative. You are currently trapped mid-jump between where you were and where the door, or where you were trying to go, and there is some force preventing you from jumping forward. You can feel that it is actively preventing you from moving forward, almost like there's this this kind of soft barrier in front of you. You have a couple options. You have a couple options. You can go back to your previous position, floating, holding on to onto the saddle, but you will still be floating up into the sky. You can feel your body still kind of tethered into that moment. It's almost like you're between two different moments in time. Like if there was a split second, you're living in it right now. And your other option is you know instinctively that there's something about magic that is interacting with this thing. If you were to leave something behind in this place, you could pass forward through it. Something behind that was magical.
This is a very hard call. I'm thinking I may end up trying to go back to where I was at and try a different locational jump, but let me see. That might be what I might end up having to do. I don't exactly have a lot of magical items I can afford to part with. I should totally chuck the poor Jim Soul Dagger out there. You bastard!
I think you start thinking that, and there's this cold sliver of like a knife in your mind that says, "Don't you even think about it, you jackass. I will ensure that your soul endures 1,000 years of hell. Do not think about it."
Oh, that would be funny.
I'm gonna do that. Instead, I'm going to, I think, try to return to where I was at, and then as soon as I get back, I'm going to try to be looking for another spot, not inside of the tower, that I might be able to get to.
Before you can do that, I think you get back and you find that your mind is now clouded, and you are having a hard time focusing. There is some sort of residual charge in your brain, and the connection that you have with the shadows is there, but is not able to let you teleport at the moment. You're going to have to. You've never failed to teleport before, a shadow jump. You're going to have to give your brain like more than a few seconds to kind of like figure it out. Like you've almost had like some sort of embolism almost. I think you feel blood starting to run out of one of your nostrils.
Ooh, that's not good.
So he's floating, hanging onto this horse's saddle still?
Oh yeah, and
Oh
it's
gosh.
so
I
before
probably
we
see
get to
that
any,
from one of the windows.
yeah, I think you look down and you can see him like essentially floating into the air.
What the devils?
Ferguson Marai, what are you doing?
He's still floating in the air. I like try to like get down. Like I try to grab him and like add some weight to him to get him down because I probably can't.
You start trying to pull him down to the ground. I mean, you can pull him down to the ground, but like he just starts floating back up. Like it's literally like he was falling. Like if it was reversed and he was hanging like off the edge of a cliff, it would be like trying to pull him up.
If it was reversed, I mean, that was true, he'd be pulling me down. I think.
Yeah.
Guess I grab a hold of Marai. Come down here.
So you're
going
desperately
on?
desperately trying to hold Graves in place. Bojana, you're climbing the steps to the top, and you see all this going on. Do you proceed to the top? Is like just weird shit is going on down there?
Yeah, because the roof was opened up from what I could see. So I'm gonna go up there and see if I can get a better view of all this, and if need be, I might have to lasso him or something from up there. So I'm gonna keep heading up.
So
Interesting idea. I like that.
you get to the top, and you see this scene as we previously described. The upper level of the second floor of the tower is utterly destroyed, like from the waist kind of height up, the stones ending there. There's kind of this crumbled wall around it, jagged and uneven. There's the remnants of a few rotten cabinets here and there, lining the edge of the room, and in the center is this odd metal contraption. Looks like several rings kind of wrapped around each other on some sort of stand. And you walk your way into this room, and you get a good look over, and yeah, you can see that the Graves is like currently floating up into the sky. Do you do anything?
Yeah, I'm gonna go into my adventuring bag and start bringing out a rope and making a lasso of it.
Okay, all right, yeah, you can do that. What do you do with this rope?
I'm gonna prepare it and get it ready just in case he starts floating away.
I mean, I think Rylan has moved forward, and he's put his bow up, and he's currently holding on to Graves as well, making sure to anchor you, while Calvin is like going back and forth with his halberd, like looking for like some sort of attacker, and it looks like Nemestra has her bow out, and she's like casting a wary eye like on the perimeter, looking for like some sort of spell caster or something, and Aldar's just freaking out. Graves, you feel like maybe you might be able to jump, but it might be difficult. You're still kind of undergoing a little bit of shock from the failure of the first one. You have people trying to hold you down, and for all you know, you're falling into the sky, and all this holding you here is your hand on the saddle, and these people holding on to your arms and your shoulder.
Taking advantage of the fact they're trying to hold on to me for a second, I am going to, I guess, attempt to hand a, or you know what? How dangerous would it be to attempt to take a length of chain from my adventuring gear and attempt to chain myself to the horse so I get a moment to sort this out?
Not necessarily dangerous, but very hard. You're currently holding your crossbow in one hand, and you're holding yourself to the saddle with the other. Are you just willing to let go of one of the two?
That is a good point. Shoot, you know what? I'm gonna. Take it. I don't have a good enough grip to probably start climbing my way up with one hand. That's not good.
The thing is, you could climb your way up / down towards the ground, and the people are trying to pull you that way, and you can. But once you get there, and like we don't even have to roll this. Like once you get there, you're pulled down the horse. The effect doesn't stop, there's nothing but grass there.
Can I take a very extra careful action then to attempt to continue to hang on and get my crossbow either holstered or hand it to somebody that looks like they're close enough I can hand it to them?
Who would you hand it to?
Nearby, it looks like they have a free hand that might be able to take it from me.
Well, you've got Rylan, Fergus, and Marai all holding you. Calvin is nearby, and and so is Nemestra, and they look like they're like trying to figure out what the situation is. Who would you give it to?
Probably either Ryland or Calvin. Actually, you know what, Mariah? I'm looking at how small she is. I'll probably think that, man, she's trying, but I'll probably say, Mariah, take my bow, and I'll try to hand it to her.
Okay.
Why? As I take it.
Yeah, so he hands you the bow, and Mariah, as soon as you grab it, it feels like it's falling upwards into the air. and you have to hold on real tight. Well, not real tight. Like it's just odd. Like it's the same weight that it would normally be holding it going downward. It's just it's going upward instead, and it takes you almost drop it because it takes like you weren't expecting it to have like falling upward. It only weighs a certain amount of pounds, and that's as much force as it's falling with. But yeah, it like you're holding it, and it's this thing that wants to go up for some reason.
What? Why is it falling up?
On the top of the tower, Bojana, you have your rope, and it looks like they're like Rylan and Fergus like have him like kind of like held to the ground now. But like you can see his legs still dangling around their arms, like they're falling up into the air.
When I see him give off his bow, I'll call down to Graves and I'll say, "Graves, I have a rope. Catch!" And I'll toss the lassoed end down to him.
Graves.
I will definitely try to see if I can grab it, but obviously I'm not going to try to let go of the horse to grab the rope. If somebody needs to hand
Well,
it to
at
me,
this
I'll let
point, you're not holding onto the horse anymore because you wanted to climb up the horse, right? And the only thing up the horse is the ground.
Okay, so what am I holding on to right now to stop myself from flying?
Pretty much nobody. Like if your goal was to climb up, the eventual goal was to just have people hold on to you. Like
Okay, so I've got just people holding on to me yet.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. I'm gonna probably, since I'm down here, I'll try to catch the rope, and if I can't, I'll probably suggest maybe I should chain myself to one of you. You don't seem to be floating up, and at least it'll keep me grounded.
Perhaps. I'm a bit small, though.
Rylan
Fergus
just
is a
says, "How did this
rock,
happen?"
I don't know. He started floating suddenly.
I wish
I'll call
Telelock
down.
was here. We could really use it as my magic field right now.
Get the rope around him.
I'm still holding this crossbow, so I probably would find like a big rock or something that I can put it under, so I can maybe tie him to a rope.
Was I grabbing onto my horse or someone else's horse?
It
Actually,
was somebody else's.
Do I know that the portal caused this? 'Cause if I don't, I just see, oh look, it's floating. I'll just get it through the door, right? And then it'll be pressed against the roof.
I mean, you know what you assume. Like, what do you whatever you think you know is up to you. All you know is that there are these runes, and
Okay, well, in the present
one moment he was
situation,
walking, and then the next he was floating
I
up.
think Mirai just wants to try to get it in some ways where she thinks it won't go away. So she's probably going to try and take it through the portal. To get it
The doorway.
It presses against the roof instead of, like, open space.
Okay, Mirai, the light from the ring is still on, and as you approach, you feel this odd tingling sensation sweep over your skin, and you're like, "Wait a minute." And can you please give me a wisdom roll? Right, so you feel this tingling sensation wash over your skin, and you see before you sort of this odd staticky field appearing, and you find yourself like your skin going numb as you begin to walk into it, but you're able to make your way through it without succumbing to it. Like you're able to screw up your willpower, and as odd as this is, you're able to push through very quickly, and you find yourself on the inside of the tower. You have absolutely no idea what that thing was or what it was about to do.
Right. I find that very strange, but for now, I'm inside where I want to do, so I can let the bow go now. It'll probably end up on the roof, but we can get it later. If it's still floating or not, I don't know. But if it is, that's fine with me. And then I would probably like see if I can go back out and tie the rope that Vajana has to Memon.
Yeah, so you let go of the crossbow, and it just immediately clatters up, maybe a little bit painfully, into the ceiling of the first floor of the tower, and just sticks there, like you would just dropped it on the ground from a height of like 9 feet, and it sticks there, the light blinding on one side of the tower, and you choose to go back out and help Memon.
Yes.
All right, so you go out and you start tying this rope to him. How do you tie it to him?
Do I?
Do you tie it around his neck?
I'm gonna tie it around my weapon.
I probably would tie it around his waist, but that can be bad too. Knowing I don't know if there's any knowledge of like climbing harnesses.
You don't have to make a roll. I'm curious because things have happened, and it may come up that like, oh well, are you tying around his torso? Are you tying around his? Are you tying around his arms, his legs, his waist?
I would probably try to tie it around his waist.
Okay, all right, that's fine. I just wanted to know if it was a hand or an arm, it might come up.
I'm just saying, tying something around your waist when you're it's not exactly the best place to be tied.
Yeah, so
there are worse places, but
so everybody's here tying this off. What? Who does what?
Do I see any of these rooms that are lit up?
Can you give me a? It sounds like this is going to be a discern realities check.
Yeah, it probably is. I'm looking for runes that look like they might be active and doing this effect.
Okay, so you don't accidentally squirm out of their grasp while you're doing this.
Oh boy.
You see several runes that are, in fact, in various states of illumination. It looks like there are 3 of them. One of them is a faint yellow one of them is a bright blue one, and one of them is a kind of a middling color green one, in various locations around the door.
Fergus, kill the runes when you can!
The runes?
Runes, there's over some by the door! The ones that are lit! They're causing this!
So I guess I strike a rune with me axe? I don't know what happens. We'll see.
So this is the magical axe, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you please roll willpower or wisdom rather?
8.
Okay, so Fergus, you walk forward and you stride right up to the door, and you haul back on the Dragon Slayer axe. Do you say anything before you try to smash one of these runes into dust?
Nothing especially.
Okay, so you're just like, "Grr!" And you haul the axe back, and you bring it smashing down on one of the runes on one of the keystones. And as soon as it impacts, the rune that you hit flares to life. Which of the runes did you hit? Was it the dull yellow one, the middling green one, or the bright blue one?
Blue?
I love it. It's like the player's like, I don't know which one to choose.
Yeah.
So you choose to strike the light blue one, and as soon as you strike it, the axe, there's like some sort of just extreme reverberation, an explosion of force as you smack into the rune. Roll your damage.
Oh god.
Oh, well, that's not so bad considering you and the rune take 4 damage. So you smack this rune with your axe, and there's this like reverberating explosion as you're knocked clean back several feet. Because I think you have like forceful and messy or something, right?
Neither.
You don't?
Nope.
Okay. Well, I think you're still blasted back onto your ass. It's just like a
Plus
couple
2
feet.
piercing, -1 weight.
Okay. You're blasted back onto your ass, and you look and you see static, like, creeping across this rune, and you can see, like, a tiny crack in the stone. It is still
Ow.
illuminated, but it looks like the illumination is the same color, but it looks like it's slightly erratic.
I'm guessing armor doesn't apply to that, right? Yep.
It does the exact amount of damage that you did yourself. So if you have piercing, it does that much piercing.
I think Mariah's like looking at them very closely. It's like, so do they turn on when you touch them? As she pushes one.
No.
Which one do you push?
Green.
Your skin illuminates a very bright green color, brighter and greener than it normally is, as you kind of reach forward, and you can see your hands start to illuminate as it gets closer to the rune. Well, nothing happens.
No effect.
Light. Some sort of light that seemed to activate them. Oh, holler out.
No, why would that be?
Do not know.
Is it light, or is it magic?
It's possible. I'm not sure what these runes are. I'm gonna kind of look on. Where am I? What's my current condition? Am I being?
Currently, Rylan and I think maybe Calvin has come over since Fergus slept away. Rylan and Calvin are currently trying to hold you to the ground and prevent you from falling into the sky.
Mohan will call over to them and say, "Get him inside so he doesn't go into the sky."
Right.
There's
Come
some
on.
sort of shield on the door.
We
Be
shall.
careful.
We'll see if we can drag our Graves kite inside of the building.
Oh, this would not be a good balloon to lose. Eventually, he goes so high that he goes pop. Yeah, you want to start dragging him into the building. I think if Fergus and Marai and Calvin and Rylan all do this, it's probably not too difficult to reverse pick him up. You know, keep him from falling into the sky. He's essentially levitating, but too much. You can get him there.
All we need to do is get a bunch of rope, with, like stones on it, and then we can make him go whatever height he wants.
Yeah, you can look at this as a tactical advantage. You are pulled into the tower. As you pass through the door, you feel a kind of a slight sort of tingle across your skin, and your headache kind of spikes for a few seconds, and nothing happens after that.
Good looking out, Majana! I'll holler upstairs with the rope, and I'll look to the others, and
You can see
Thank
your
you for
crossbow
getting me
stuck
inside.
to the ceiling.
Are you safely inside?
Well, he's on the
You can let
ceiling
me
now,
out.
right?
Well, only if you guys let him go.
Well, once he's
Do you drop
inside,
him?
I wouldn't drop him, but it's a rope, so we can let it out till he's on the
If I
roof.
just crash to the ceiling and go flying out the top. That would be
Yeah.
the best.
Did I neglect to
Taking
mention
me
that
with
this
you.
was a wooden floor?
Yeah, exactly.
rotted wooden
Well, we
floor,
stood on
there
it
was
from
something
above,
through
so-
that.
Me, I'm above. Slam into me with a rope.
I'll just probably holler down that careful. I'll tie
Alright, so you
myself
guys-
up there once I get there.
You guys lower him
We
up
lower
to the
slash
ceiling.
raise.
Yeah, you lower him up to the ceiling with the rope. And Graves, you are now on the ceiling.
We should try to pry these runes out of here. We should bring him back to Telemon. You know what he could do to the guild with this kind of defense?
Make people float into the air, apparently?
Well, among other horrible effects that we've seen so far. Maybe they took the wrong approach, Fergus, just hitting him with an axe. See if we can just maybe unseat the fangs. Bag them up.
I
Let them run out
don't
on their
know.
own.
If me axe didn't move it, I don't know.
Are the runes attached to the doorway where they make up like are they load bearing in the doorway?
Yeah, you see these stones that are arrayed around the arch.
Yeah. So they are.
they are deeply carved into each of those stones.
I think it'd be better to leave them there. I mean, I don't know about
Yeah,
you, Graves, but if I were walking on the ceiling, I don't think prying runes out of a holding are my first concern.
Graves will nod and he'll try to do his best.
I
to,
say as I look up at him on the ceiling.
Yeah, I'd probably be laying down flat against my back on the ceiling.
Well,
Try
to
and
you,
tie
it's probably
myself
like,
up with something.
is like reality shifted for him, or is it just literally
Yeah,
he's on the roof?
he does not feel like he's upside down. His hair is all floating in the correct position. In fact, it seems to you, Graves, like everybody else is upside down. It's just you're just sitting on the roof. And to be honest, it's a stone roof that's not too dissimilar from the stone floor, so it's not too much different than sitting on a stone floor.
Is there some way to destroy these horrible magics?
I think
don't
you're looking
necessarily want
you're
to
looking
destroy
down,
them, shut them
and it-
down.
You're looking down, and it occurs to you that Nemestra has a rather nice bust that you could not see from any other angle, but here in her leather armor. Now that you're directly above her.
I'll do my best not to leer because I respect her way too much. That said, I probably will.
Well, technically,
Well,
if he
like-
really wanted to, with Shadow Jump, there's probably a shadow somewhere amongst that. Yeah.
Aldart yells from outside, "Is it safe to come in? What's going on?"
Yes, Aldart, be careful. These runes might be worth something. I'm trying to convince the others of this. I'll just kind of laugh a bit.
Yeah, I probably walk out and I think it is. There's something about this door, but I walked through just fine.
So Aldart eventually, very cautiously, tiptoes his way in. You see him get to the entrance and then hop over the
If you want
stones.
to be safe, though, we can probably avoid the door altogether. We just get some rope above and we can climb the wall.
I think Calvin just murmurs next to you, "I don't think that man's in any shape to be climbing a tower, much less a horse in most circumstances."
Perhaps if all the runes are lit up in sequence, that's what summons the portal. I'll holler as Ellie back. These may not be a defense mechanism. Maybe simply inputting the sequence wrong.
Could be, I suppose.
That said, we need to shut this thing down. Can I find my crossbow?
It's easily found because it's like a giant mag light resting on the ceiling, and it's illuminating half of the room.
I want to take it and put my hand around cut my hand around the very end where the light comes out of to kind of narrow the beam down. And I want to see if I can aim it at one of the armors to see if it disables it.
You can't see the runes from inside the tower.
Oh, okay.
They are on the outward facing side of the stones.
Well,
Could he
if
could he go over and pop his head down up through there and look over?
Oh yeah,
Kinda like looking over a cliff.
if he wants to look over the cliff, it might be very creepy to everybody else. Very I don't know, very Exorcist maybe, but yeah, he could potentially do it.
I'm probably not gonna take any risks with falling out of a window upside down at the moment.
You know, ironically, Graves, now that you're in this room, that's filled with shadow, you can technically walk on the floor.
It is true. I could technically come my way back down, but I'll keep that in mind.
I feel like I can bring this up because you would instinctively know this.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Good point to bring up.
So
Appreciate
he could
it.
walk on the actual floor, but his hair would be falling upwards.
Yes.
Yes.
As well as his
That's
cloak.
funny.
So what is you propose? We need to shut these rooms down.
Well,
I don't believe I can
I'm
spend
gonna
the
go
rest of
look
my
at
life
them.
like
Maybe
this.
there's some type of, I don't know, like meaning in the symbols, so to go look at them. But touching them didn't seem to do anything.
We should take a look. It seems that there must be a way to turn them off.
I'll
I
yell
don't know.
down once again. Destroy them! Destroy them all!
That didn't work. Now, that is worth noting. I'll be looking at the ones outside, but if I were a wizard and I wanted to put a reset switch, it would be up in the tower, not at the door.
Unfortunately, the rest of the tower may be somewhere else.
That is unfortunately true.
I'll say, well, come up here. I'm holding in case Graves gets away. So come up here and check.
Well, you can probably just tie it off now if you want, being as he's actually inside the lower floor.
Is there a place to anchor it and tie it off?
There's that thing in the middle of the floor. That's about the only thing. It's that that series of metal rings. It looks like there's 3 of them. It's really rather large, like bigger than a brazier. It looks like it's set into a stand that's like bolted into the floor.
Oh, yeah. I'll tie it off to that. That sounds interesting.
It looks like it weighs quite a lot.
Is there anything else of note up here aside from that big thingy?
There are the remnants of these cabinets that look like they've definitely been been rotting in the open air for a long time. At one point, you can imagine that might have been like some sort of counter surface, and there might have been a desk here, and maybe there were some other some upper cabinets or something. But now, like, they're sagged. They've been eaten out by probably by termites or the like, and rotted by the rain. You also recall seeing similar on the first floor. In fact, everybody down there, I'll remind you all that there's a significant section of the first floor that's like piled up rotted furniture that looks like somebody probably threw it all in one corner to clear room in the center for maybe camping or something. Well, what should we do? Rylan says, looking about. Is he going to stay like that?
I would hope not. I said I'm just having a look at these runes. I don't know if I don't know much about magic, but I don't know. Maybe there's like some type of pattern to them or something.
Graves sighs and says, "If they cannot find a solution, we'll have to simply destroy the entire doorway."
I'm not sure that'll help. What if we destroy the doorway and you're stuck like that?
I believe that every time we've seen one of these runes be destroyed or damaged, it seems to break the effect. So I'm hoping the destruction of the rune will bring me back to the ground. But of course, trying another way first is advisable. This is my last resort option.
So, you want to make your way out of the tower and start inspecting these ruins, Mirai?
Indeed.
How exactly do you go about that? What are you looking for?
I'm looking for maybe there's any type of matching pairs, or if they're all unique, or if there might be some type of I don't know, matching rune on the ground. If there might be some symbol that means something about it.
Okay. Give me a discern realities roll. Yeah, you certainly can, Graves.
I may give that a shot.
Healing is not affected by gravity.
Or is it
It's very shadowy. Recall that sunlight is currently dying. You're bright into nightfall right now.
All right, let me. What am I gonna take? You know, I'm thinking I'm gonna take lose the spell.
So Mirai, what are you gonna ask?
What should I be on the lookout for?
So you're looking at the 3 runes in specific, and I think you're looking around and you're looking for matching symbols. You don't see any, and so I think you turn your attention to the runes themselves, and you're confident that it has to be one of the 3 that are lit. And you start examining them. There's the faint yellow one. It looks like sort of a squarish, in vague nature, sort of symbol. Then there's the bright blue one that's a little bit finicky right now because it has this crack running across it. Looks like the light's pulsating slightly. It looks like sort of a wavy line, like a pair of wavy lines. And then there's the green one. It looks like this kind of gentle flowing curve, and you're looking at all these different symbols. You're trying to figure out if there's anything here that you could at all discern in. You know that these are like runes in Draconic, and they're also somehow altered to they're like an offshoot of Draconic that's supposed to function in this this deity's symbology. But as you're looking at it, like, you start to see that they're a little bit more like pictographs. Like, you're staring at them, and the one that's the green one honestly looks sort of like a single leaf. It's not quite that great a depiction, but if you looked at it a certain way, it might sort of look like one, that like a leaf kind of floating on the wind. And your attention just seems to be like continuously drawn back to that one. The kind of the gentle green pulsing from its illumination. It's a very steady illumination, and I think you see that they're all active at the same time, but like your attention is certainly drawn to this particular one.
Indeed. Well, maybe they react to magic. I didn't do anything when I touched it. I take one of the magic arrows out of the archer's arsenal and poke it.
You receive a considerable shock that runs up through your arrow and along your arm.
Ow.
Go ahead and take 1 point of damage.
Armor does not negate, I assume?
No.
Well,
As your hair stands on end a little bit.
that was not the solution. I put the arrow back. The question is, do I have? Can I ask what's really in control here instead of who's really in control here?
The runes are most definitely in control. If asked in the context of which rune was the one that was in control, is what I think you're getting at.
After the question is there something else that's controlling the runes?
No, you definitely do not think so. You look over this tower, it appears utterly lifeless except for these things. Like, this tower is long forgotten. It actually appears a little bit sad to you. Like, it was once something else. You don't know if it was great or not, but it was out here, and it was once like a full structure, and it's been abandoned out here. And it's obvious that nobody's been out here. It's covered in moss. Its stones are worn with time and age, and like the whole thing is just decrepit, and the only thing that shows that there's any life at all here are these active runes. Everything else seems like is lifeless and depressing as a stone that had been here for several billion years.
Huh. Did you say it turned on when you shined it with your crossbow, Graves?
All around yes, I got the hit with the light. That's when the effects started to take place.
Uh-huh. I stand inside the doorway and hold my lantern up to them on the outside.
You stand inside the doorway and you hold your lantern up. And do what?
I want to shine the lantern light on them, but if it makes me float, I want to be inside the doorway first.
Your lantern lights them. Not particularly brighter than the illumination from the runes themselves, and nothing happens.
Huh. The normal light doesn't even do anything, Graves. It must something with your crossbow.
And toss it down to you if you need it, but you'll need to strap it on or something so you don't lose it into the sky.
I'm not sure that's advisable. Being as, you know, it triggered multiple runes. And I think we want to turn them off, not on.
Possibly in some sort of switch. I don't know how these things work, unfortunately.
Don't ask me.
Not run into a terrible amount of runic magic before.
What of you, Aldern? Does your book say anything? Aldern.
Yeah, I think he says, not in particular that would be of use. No.
Mariah, I've got a
What
bag
about
of
that
books
No-
on my
up in the
horse.
no
center
crit-
of the room up there? Does it have like a pattern, maybe?
I don't
Mariah,
know.
I've got
I
the
walk
books
over
on
and
my
look at it.
horse. See if
I
you
don't
can
know what
find
I'll
something
see.
on
But...
runic magic.
What now?
Oh, sorry. Did I walk in somebody? I think I heard somebody. I apologize.
I heard something about runic magic, and that's all.
Oh, I was hollering out that there's a bag of books on my horse. Maybe there's something in there on runic magic. Take a look.
I can get one. I'm not really the best for the researchy stuff.
Bojana, while having this conversation, what are you doing?
I'm gonna check out what the heck that. What is this thing that I just tied off to exactly? I'm gonna kind of examine that a little bit.
So, it's looks to be 3 large, very heavy, like brass, maybe, or maybe bronze, rings that
Can the rings be moved?
well, I guess as you go up there and you start fiddling with it, one of the rings is horizontal, and it's just facing upward essentially, and it seems to be attached to two arms that are essentially heat welded to it, and then the stand that is bolted to the ground, or to the stones. And then there's this complex contraption that it's seated to, that these other 2 rings are attached to, and they're probably about as thick as a sword blade, like a probably admittedly thin sword blade. They kind of remind you of the framework for a globe. The kind of the gyroscoping frame that allows a globe to be spun along an axis. It's similar to that, but there's 3 of them. And as Fergus comes up, you put some pressure on it, and you hear like a scrunching and a squeaking, and eventually you can actually push one. It looks like it's kind of rusted shut. But it looks like 2 of the rings can actually move, and as you're investigating it, it seems like not only can they kind of move up and down, kind of rotating on this thing. It looks like the rings themselves have like secondary rings and set on them that can be twisted, and it looks like there's some very time-worn, faded patterns on them that are almost impossible to read because of how rusted over they are, and probably how worn they are.
So, I reach into my adventurer's gear and I pull out some, like, oil that I use for maintaining my weapons. I apply it to the joints and attempt maybe to rub it along the symbols to see if they are more visible.
Okay.
In the meantime, down at the door, for lack of a better option that I can see at the moment, I go get this book that Graves is talking about, and I tend to have a look at it. I'm gonna be terrible at doing so. But I intend to try.
All right, mark down a use of the bag of books,
On it right now.
and go ahead and give me an intelligence roll +1 as you look into the subject of runic magic.
Whole +1.
Nice roll, man.
Good job.
You know that that runic magic is a very particular form of magic that is not the most commonly practiced form. It's one of the oldest, however, perhaps the oldest form of magic, and it's perhaps one of the more difficult ones to master in its entirety, because it's all about creativity, and I think you're reading through all this, and it's a brief primer in terms of runic magic, and you get the fact that the reason why it's still practiced, and there's a question that's brought up in the book, is like, why would you bother with this if you could just simply cast a spell? And is that runes can essentially be, if constructed by a powerful enough wizard, placed somewhere and essentially programmed for a task. And as long as the wizard was smart in their dealings and set things up correctly, the rune could last there feasibly forever, almost. Some runes, would eventually lose power, but that might be over centuries. And this is a particularly long-term form of magic that is vastly more powerful in some senses than typical magic. But they're also very binary. Runes are not creative, they fulfill set conditions.
Well, it looks like they're probably really old, and they were made for a specific purpose. And they do one thing only, and it's certain triggers. That's about what the book says.
Well, the blue one shocks people.
I think
the green
you
one
also
does too, I think.
I think you also get the fact that there's probably a line in the book, since you got a 10, that it takes a long time to make these sort of permanent runes. Some wizards could trace runes magically, and they would only last as long as the magic lasted, which could be just for a few hours. But in order to etch these runes and imbue them with power would require hours or days, depending on the complexity of the runes. And powerful wizards, would only invest that sort of time into something that was of a great deal of importance. You think you're reading this and you're getting the idea that maybe this many runes is extremely unusual, and it probably looks like maybe the work of years.
Whatever whatever the tower was, it was really important to whoever made them. Been a long time making the runes. Doesn't really help me how they turn them off, though. I close the book and go back to looking at the runes.
It's my theory these may not be defensive runes, and simply having them all triggered at once creates some sort of cavalcade of an event. I believe
Could
this
be.
may be the origin
The
of our
book
portal.
says they're normal for if that was true, it's on the door. So either I won't think if I was, I don't think I would make the door a gateway per se. That thing in the middle, maybe, but I think the door is more of a protection.
Dave's not. Well, we need to do
I
something.
continue messing with this thing in the middle after oiling it up.
Yeah, so you're able to, with some effort and a cloth and the oil, rub a little bit of the rust and the patina off of these symbols. Unfortunately, they're very time worn, so a lot of their edge has been lost. You're only able to get vague impressions. It looks like there's a great many symbols here, though, on each of these rings.
Are any of them the 3 on the door?
It would take a long time to determine that. How long are you willing to look? Like,
Well, I'm
each
not
of
doing
these
anything
rings
else,
is each
so-
of these rings is double-sided. Each of these rings is several feet in diameter. And each of these symbols is like maybe only an inch by an inch, probably less than that. So there's like several hundred of these things.
Oh wow.
Well, Fergus has nothing better to do, so he's just gonna keep looking at this thing going, maybe this
Okay.
is the key, I don't know.
What is So you're doing that for a while. What is Bojana doing?
Well, Hana's gonna go over, kind of turn around over by where the rope is pointing out over to the swamp, and she's going to draw her sword and speak into it, asking a question to her ancient one of her ancestors, probably her like her great aunt or something that has some knowledge of the arcane to some degree.
Okay.
She was adept at some arcane magic, some slight amount.
All right. So a dabbler in the family.
Hopefully, this will work.
So what do you ask? You feel the spirits listening as you concentrate on the blade.
So I ask, I believe we've reached the location of the portal, but we can't find its secrets. What secrets lie around this tower that we have reached? And of course, I rolled a 5.
Yep. Let me think about this for a second. It is not the spirit of your aunt that responds. your
Uh-oh.
great aunt. You feel a cold presence begin to seep into your mind as you're concentrating on the sword, and I think your eyes are kind of like maybe wandering down towards the muddy green surface of the lake. The light is completely faded now, and you can see the moon is starting to rise vaguely through the trees. And you're kind of like gazing off into the lake, and you feel a bubbling presence sort of rising up in your mind, and this voice. It's not so much a voice, but just intent speaks into your mind. Fool girl, tampering with the spirit realm when you have no experience yourself.
Uh-oh. Who are you?
My name is not for one of your mortal kind. Many have sought it. None have earned it. You tread in places you should not. Disturb spirits you should not.
Come
You feel
forth
this,
so
like-
I can disturb you.
You feel this presence just like bubbling up within you, and you say that, and you feel this this kind of like spike in your mind, and he says, "You would challenge that which cannot be killed, that which is infinite. Very well." And outside I think Mirai, you're like standing there, holding this book, looking up at these runes, like maybe tapping your foot, and your
They all
raptor's
light up.
your raptor's standing next to you, and he starts looking back and forth, uncertain, and something like something seems amiss with him. He looks around and you see him like nervous. He starts backing towards your leg and he bumps against you. Mirai?
Sorry, I just got back. The washer decided to start banging like crazy.
Oh, so you heard none of that.
I heard a voice and had to run off.
Okay. Well, that won't happen to Mirai then, or I guess it will, but it's not. I'm not going to repeat that. Graves, what exactly are you doing at this current moment on the ceiling?
I'm probably looking through my adventure gear, coming up with alternate ways to keep myself grounded should something happen that gets me flung up in the air. Probably looking at maybe some like spikes that either I had for either like a tent or potentially a trap. I'm trying to look at maybe hooking those onto a rope or something along those lines. Probably fumbling around trying to come up with something.
Yeah, you're fumbling around with this, and I think you glance up and you see outside of the door, Mirai is there, and you see the raptor looking away, and yeah, I wish I knew what people had. You had left Mirai. You see the raptor like moving away, and you get the immediate impression, Graves, that that like something is wrong outside, and you suddenly feel a low thrum vibrating through the tower and like through your stomach, and everybody feels this like coming over. Mirai is you look about, you can see the water about the tower begin to ripple slightly throughout the lake.
That's definitely not
Right.
good. I want to
Grab
get
my
into
hunter's bag and haul ass in here.
It's probably important. I probably try and slice it off the horse with my dagger and then rush into the building.
Okay, so you rush into the building as a giant form begins to materialize beneath the water and slowly start to rise out of it. Black and dark green and unknowable in its silhouette, it begins to rise, and you can hear the water dripping off of it. You feel like this horror just like wave after wave across your back as you rush into the tower, and the raptor rushes in after you. The horses outside are shying away. They're whinnying. They are in the process of freaking out. And Graves, you see this massive form, like a bubble out of a tar pit almost, that seems to be expanding, and it keeps expanding and expanding upwards, and it does not stop until it's bigger than the tower itself. What does everyone do?
So this is kind of like right there out in front of me.
It's out. Yeah, it's out here, coming out of the water, and the water is just like rippling off of it, and the water continues rippling off of it, and it's very odd. It's this bubble rising out, and you cannot see its form. It's this large thing that is now larger than the tower.
How close?
And you feel a tremendous sense of terror and dread just filling your bones, and everything in you is telling you that something is incredibly wrong. And I think you... Yeah?
How close is it to the tower?
Well, its center is probably about like 30 feet away, but as it's rising, you don't even think the lake is that deep. As it's rising, it's getting bigger and bigger, and the edge of it is now starting to approach the edge of the island.
What did you touch him?
Okay. Yeah. I will slay it. Yeah.
Probably motioning to Mirai with a free hand and scream, "Up here!" for my bag.
I'm probably still running up the stairs. I can't exactly. Well, you're on the roof, so I'm like.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you
Out
can
of
just
curiosity,
throw it there.
would I have some sort of potential explosive in my bag?
Your hunter's bag?
For potentially taking out a trap or potentially taking out something that needs to be destroyed, that sort of thing.
Let's see. What sort of creature would you use this against? Because a hunter's bag is specifically designed to fight against monsters and other unnatural things.
I suppose so. I was thinking mostly like an artifact that would need to be destroyed or something, but at the same time, it's possible that I might not actually have something like that in there.
So, like, we can continue on that train of thought, like some sort of artifact that needs to be destroyed with an explosive arrow.
Potentially something like that, because sometimes you never know if they have something that's making them invulnerable, something that has to go down.
I'm kind of on the fence on this. I've
I'm
pulled some
entirely
weird stuff
okay.
from the hunter's bag myself. I'm not really sure why an explosive arrow would be better at destroying an artifact than anything else. Like, explosive just seems like it would destroy anything. Why artifacts specifically?
Well, I was just thinking something to be able to punch through, let's say something that was made out of solid stone or metal or something like that a normal creature might not be, and really like pack a wallop for something specific along those lines.
So, like some sort of shattering arrow?
Something like that, but more, what I was actually looking to do is I was going to try to use it on the runes on the archway, is what I was looking for, something that would be potentially potent enough to blow them up, but I don't know. I might not have anything like that. If I don't, that's entirely fine.
The only reason I'm not really immediately jumping on this is because it sounds almost like sort of a mundane item, less than something that would be in a hunter's bag. I'll let you do it this time. I'm gonna have to think about if I'm gonna let you ever draw something like this again from the future, because this is sort of like, okay, bag of tricks that are useful against all sorts of things. I'll just pull a rocket launcher out. Is essentially what we're doing here.
What is a rocket launcher not useful for? No,
Yeah, so like,
Yeah.
you can use a rocket launcher against anything. So I'll let you do it for now. I'm gonna say it's like some sort of concussive shattering arrow that's useful against
I do have to
rigid structures.
And hard to use, so I don't know what that's gonna do for me.
Is now a bad time to use my last hold from Discern Realities to ask what is about to happen?
Probably not a bad time. What is about to happen here? Well, let's see. That Discern Realities was made specifically when discerning the realities about the runes, not that. So if it was related to the runes, then you could get that answer. Unfortunately, it is not.
Well, he could have it deal with the runes and what Memmon's getting ready to do with blowing them up. That could potentially be what's going to happen with it blowing up.
You saw something in the book that's flashing through your head right now. If this is a mistake or not, I don't know.
That'd be a possibility.
Well, he's got to ask the question, not you.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. I guess I'll use it to ask what would happen if he tries to blow it up.
There is so much magical energy stored in even one of those runes, much less something along the lines of 30. you think that what happened to the upper section of that tower would pale in comparison to what would happen if he simply blew up the ruins.
Graves, that looks very dangerous. If it's anything like your book says, the upper half of the tower is missing. Something similar could happen to down here too.
Get ready to get the merchant out of here. I'm gonna get the arrow lined up and say I'm gonna toss. In fact, I'm probably gonna put the arrow back in the pack and toss it down to Mirai and say, "Ring up a fuse. Whatever
What?
thing is outside, we'll give him a nasty."
Have you looked
surprise."
outside?
Yeah, so this thing is now about 15 feet taller than the tower, and the black sphere, or the black bubble rather, this oily bubble, has now expanded to just start to encompass the edge of the island, and is now slowly creeping up to touch the tower.
Well, that's close enough that I could strike
The
that
horses are now attempting to run away.
Run in fear, yes.
Yeah. Are you trying to strike this thing from it? It would not be easy because again, it's spherical in nature. So the upper section is understandably farther away, and you are higher up on the tower.
Yeah. What I want to, I don't know if I'd be able to do it. I have serrated edges on my sword, so would like to try to like jump and slam it into this thing and ride it down. In essence, would be
So
my
you want to jump
hope.
off the tower and slam into this thing with your sword.
sword and ride it down is kind of like hopefully gutting it open as I go down. But that's the hope all. Best laid plans, and then roll dice. Oh my god. It's a big circle. We are encompassed in blackness. So does that sound doable? I think.
All right, so imagine the bottom half of this is beneath the water. This is probably roughly where it is right now.
Okay. Yeah, so jump onto it about here and then slice down it to the ground or to this
Yeah.
awning.
You could do that. You want to go ahead?
Sure. This is dex or strength, do you think?
It is neither.
Ooh. It's
You jump forward and disappear into the sphere.
oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, so I think everybody hears Bojana like maybe give some sort of war cry and jump off the tower with her sword, and you slice into this thing, and it's like it was made of water or oil or something, and you slam into it, and there is like actual physical substance, but it's more liquid than anything else, and your sword passes into it, and you are pulled into blackness. And we will touch on Bojana in a little bit. Inside the tower, you can see one of the horses bolting along the path here. Actually, more than one. I think 3 of the horses bolting along the path, trying to make it for the mainland. And the sphere is continuing to expand. And as it does so, they are essentially intercepted by the edge of the sphere. One of them gets past, but 2 of them make contact with it. And as I was about to describe before Bojana jumped off the tower, are pulled into its side. Everybody who's in the tower can see this. A couple of the horses are freaking out so badly at this point that they're essentially jumping into the water.
I'm messing crazily with the astrolabe, going, shut up.
Yeah, so you're rapidly spinning this
spinning
thing.
it and moving it to different directions and.
See, if we were playing Fallout, I could have you roll luck.
Alright.
You continue doing that though.
Yep.
I'll keep it in mind.
Right,
Mariah, get those runes ready to blow! I'm gonna say as I get my crossbow ready and try to line up a shot on the back of the tower when this thing inevitably crashes through the side of it. Because it looks like it's about to.
Like, I probably look at it and I'm like, well, damn it, there's nothing better to do, and I go try and, like, I gotta just plug it into the runes, I guess. Stick it in there.
What do you do?
It's like an explosive arrow, right? And you said they release a lot of energy when they go up, right?
Oh god.
Oh god.
Yes.
There goes my character.
So you're gonna stab one of the runes with it?
Well, I want to get it stuck into the runes, like, theory.
How are you gonna get it stuck into one of the runes?
It's like an arrow, right? So I guess you stick it into one of the cracks.
It is made out of solid stone.
That won't work. I'll throw my adventuring kit.
I'll be a little bit fair here, and you try to wedge it into the etching. It does not wedge easily.
Do something for my
Do you
kit.
try to like slam it into the stone? Because normally, like, if to wedge something, you have to put like a lot of force behind it. You can't just kind of push it in slightly. Do you?
No, I'm not going to do that.
Okay, so as you're kind of waffling here, this blackness is expanding and almost overtakes your arm, and you are forced to pull your arm back into the tower. While this happens, it finally makes contact with the exterior of the tower, and there is this massive crackling of thunder as the exterior of the tower suddenly lights up with what seem to be crackling blue bolts of electricity. The black sphere stops, its oily mass roiling in its place, and it advances no further. You can see not the runes, but you can see the illuminations from them, Mirai, that you have to assume all of the runes outside of the door have illuminated, because you can see a tremendous amount of multicolored lights bouncing off of the ground, and even reflecting off of the black oily surface of the sphere not only a few feet away. And the entire exterior of the tower seems to be shielded in some sort of magical field.
I'm gonna curse and say that get ready to shoot that arrow if it comes to it. Take this thing
It
with
stopped. But all the runes are lit.
You just hear you hear nothing for a long moment except for this crackling sound in the background, and I think, Mirai, you feel something seep into your mind.
The sound of a cell phone going off.
God damn it. Give me 1 second. The timing was so bad on that. Sorry, I'm back. So, you feel something seeping into your mind, like warm, oily tar slowly curling through your skull. And you feel something speaking into you. You cannot hide behind the Old One's protection forever.
Okay, that's definitely not good. I don't know what it is, but it's definitely
We
not
just
good.
hear Mirai say that's definitely not good.
We pause. I guess only Mariah heard that.
Relinquish yourself, tiny mote of light. Relinquish and extinguish.
No?
Rod's like, nope.
Yeah. I have anything to use against that. So, do you have any luck with that astrolabe thing, Fergus? Any luck at all?
Fergus is up there, madly spinning it about, like just spinning it about. Fergus, can you give me a 2d100 roll?
Oh my gosh.
Oh boy. Pretty average. 105.
Nothing so far.
Ah, cool. Keep spinning.
Graves, do you have like a sunstone or something?
Graves, you still have that crossbow?
With lights.
Magical light against
Use
darkness
lights.
sounds good about now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'll pick it up and say worth a shot. Fortunately, I can't use the full fire on it, but I'm gonna swing it towards the door as I'm actually gonna line up a shot on it rather than just immediately take a shot on it.
So
You don't have,
the
like,
light aiming right
Alchemical
onto
sun or something?
it. Aim the light right at it, almost like a laser sight. If it doesn't do anything, I'm going to use weight for it and fire at the next opportunity.
You know, if we're using it against vampires?
you're firing your light.
I'm aiming my crossbow with the light on it at it right now, and I'm kind of using like a laser sight.
He's got the sunstone on it.
And then
That's what I'm
the
saying.
next time I get an opportunity, I want to fire with the +1 from wait for it at it.
Okay, so you're actually shooting it.
I will be shooting it in a moment. Right now, I'm just aiming
Okay.
at it with the light, essentially, like right at the
Okay.
right at it with the light, and then
Is
I'm
it
gonna
the
fire
supercharged
shot.
light, or is it just the generic
So
light?
it's
Basically,
he only has the
illumination
one.
light. I don't have the fire burst thing available right now, so I use the illumination light.
you're not more than 3 feet away from this black mass that is just like outside of the. I think it's completely in front of the door now. And you point your light at it from just like a couple feet away, and you can see this rippling black oil surface. Ripple a little bit outwards is the giant light just blasts across it, almost like water rippling away from a strong wind. And in your mind, Graves, a presence seeps up from within your mind, almost like it was there to begin with. A slowly churning black ooze fills your skull, and you hear, "Your tricks, mere playthings in the face of our power.
I'm
They
going to
do
just-
nothing. Relinquish yourself. Extinguish."
This could get me in trouble, but I think that I'm gonna respond that these people have slayed gods before. You're next, and I'm going to try to use Armored Mind to deal psychic damage back to this thing if I can. I don't know. If
Interesting choice.
You say what?
An interesting choice.
Not sure if I can use it since he's not trying to mind control me from what I can tell, but he's in my head, so I don't.
Remember, the whole thing about Armored Mind is you have to guess. If you think they're
Sure.
trying to affect your mind, then it works. If they don't, if you're not sure you're under mind effect, I mean, like, you can't be guaranteed either way. So, if you don't think he's affecting your mind, I wouldn't do it. If you think he's affecting your mind,
It's in my mind, and I don't want him in my mind at all. I don't know what he's gonna.
Okay.
Get from that.
All right. Give me a roll plus intelligence.
I still get a +1 for being in the shadows,
Yep.
or am I not in the shadows?
You do.
Awesome. Thank God that I had that. On 7 to 9, you at least know the effects of or what you're under confluence at source. You resist the effects enough to know if or what you're under the influence of. I'm sorry. Don't do damage, sadly.
You cannot. You. I think you start to try to close your mind off, and to throw this thing out. You feel revulsion of the fact that this thing is even there to begin with, and it latches on, and it is not able to be removed from your mind. You just feel this sense of indomitable dread and satisfaction that it is. You are, unable to overpower it. You do, however, feel several memories boiling up from within your mind that you immediately latch onto as you're thinking of this. Something, the way it's talking in the sort of creature it is, or the being it is, with the magical power it has, or the unorthodox nature, and the fact that it is so incredibly strong. You think this might be one of the ancient ones, like the rumored dreaded one, or even a certain devourer that we all know.
Probably holler out must be tough for an ancient one to live in such a dump, eh?
God.
You try to holler that out, but I think you're so focused on keeping this thing out of your mind and unable to succeed. You get the sentiment across, but not verbally.
Well, I don't know what else to do. We're stuck in a tower, and I got this explosive arrow that Graves gave me.
Mm-hmm. Fergus, roll 2d100 again, please. Keep on spinning. So what exactly is Mirai doing? Everybody in the tower is I think Aldart is like climbing the walls.
Yeah. But lack of a better thing to do, I probably take said explosive arrow and put it to Stormcrow, and I light it, and I fire it out the window.
Oh God, wow, okay, an exploding Stormcrow arrow. I don't know what that's gonna do.
So you are aware that this thing is up against the side of the tower.
Well, in theory it's gonna go through it, but we'll find out if it doesn't.
All right. You fire your arrow off, and you see this like trail of ripples as the arrow does indeed pass into this sphere. And you don't see anything happen.
Graves? It was supposed to explode, right?
You look down and say, well, I thought it was supposed to explode. I wanted you to blow up the runes, take this thing out, but maybe I wouldn't have done enough to this thing. What the hell is it? Well, I guess, can I even talk yet? I'm not even sure if I can talk.
You can do it through gritted teeth. It's very hard. This thing is currently weighing down on your brain. I think Rylan looks back and he says, "It can it not get through? The those things, the ruins, they're keeping it out.
Seem so?
Will they hold?
Do not know.
There's a reason the ancient ones went away with the dinosaurs, Ryland. I'm just gonna say through gritted teeth and kind of look outside. They aren't nearly as powerful as they thought they were.
As you look out, I think, Fergus, I think you're continuing to spin the wheel. And you look up and you see the blackness like expanding over the tower. Give me another wheel spin. Wow, that's almost the exact same roll as the first time.
It's a min-max this time instead of an average.
Yep.
100 would have been just amazing.
Oh,
If
You're
that's
spinning the
that
wheel, and one of the axes makes a slight noise when you spin it around, and you lose it after you do it. But you could swear that as you were spinning the symbol around, or the ring around, there was a brief click, and one of the symbols began to illuminate a light blue.
Are we in the same room that Fergus is?
I cease randomly spinning and I try to move them in a circle gradually until a symbol lights. Maybe?
Okay, yeah. Spinning, or putting that one back, it only takes you a little bit to get that symbol back in place. And once it is, it does indeed light up.
I leave that one there and I spin the gradually rotating the other two.
All right.
So
It's three concentric rings, right? They're all interlocked, so that theoretically could work. But
Mariah's seeking for something that she can maybe do against this thing, and the arrow fire from the storm rope didn't explode, so she's going to try to shoot an arrow into the sky through one of the other windows, maybe?
Very clever.
It may not even be on this plane of existence, but I have to try something.
Somewhere on some other plane.
Somewhere
Probably struck
Bojana
by lightning.
explodes.
So you go to the far end of the tower, one of these tiny windows that we've described previously. You hold your breath and fire an arrow out into the sky.
Uh-huh. Using ammo.
Alright, so you fire it off, and it goes up into the sky, and you hear a thunder crack, and you see light in the sky. But it's like you see lightning coming down, but oddly enough, it only comes down part way, and then it begins to ripple and spread out, and it looks like it begins to diffuse in 18 different directions over the sky, and it begins to turn purple, and then the lightning disappears.
Uh-huh. I repeat my statement, guys. That is not good. I probably walk up to Fergus. How are you doing? Because I'm not having any luck.
That one's lit. I'm trying the other two. I don't know if this will help any or not, but it's worth a shot.
So Graves is locked in mental combat with this thing. He's getting the impression that despite its bolstering, this thing actually is fearful of the old one's power. So I actually want to try to amplify that fact. I'm going to try to see if I can use cause fear to essentially have the shadows seep out from the tower and seem to unite against it, adding to the threat here. Maybe make a thing actually afraid of continuing its assault for a moment, or at least hesitate.
What are you going to make it afraid of?
The tower itself, if possible.
Hmm.
The tower is going to swirl with animate shadows that look ready to tear it apart.
Give me a roll with disadvantage.
That seems reasonable against whatever this is. I'm sure this thing is very horrifying. Right.
The fact that it's currently in your mind while you're trying this is more or less the origin of the difficulty.
It is a destined partial, and I will totally
Nice.
forget the spell.
Wow, actually, we might actually not even have to cut to Bojana in a different manner. The sphere begins to suddenly retract. It's hard to tell at first because it's this kind of oily blob, but it suddenly retracts from your mind and slowly away from the tower, and back down through the lake itself. It's not shrinking; it's pulling back away from the tower, and you feel that voice in your mind as it's leaving. I think it doesn't say anything. You just feel this sense of recoil and a brief sense of surprise and fear, maybe, as this happens. And it cannot be. You are gone. And as that happens, the sphere slowly starts to retract.
Keeping that ongoing, definitely not canceling that spell.
Mariah, as you're looking outside, I'm assuming, at this thing, you can see a body lying on the ground.
Where on the ground?
Right about here-ish?
Like, Mariah thinks about how much of a terrible idea this is, but she can't just leave her there. She has to go try and get her. So I guess I leave Stormcrow here, rush out, and try to save Bojana.
Okay. Yeah, you rush out through the runes, and yeah, you see that Bojana is there, lying face down on the ground. It looks like she's completely unconscious as you run to get her. The odd thing is she seems to be wet, like completely wet, and you wrap your arm around her and you start trying to get her back to the tower.
Yep. Gonna go horribly, I assume.
Yeah, so you turn around, and I think you look behind you, and you can see that the sphere is starting to slowly expand again, but the lights from the runes as you're approaching seem to brighten even further, and it shrinks back a little bit, and it does not pursue you into the tower. And you can see, in
I
fact,
feel
that there's like a
obligated-
rainbow of colors around the portal.
You didn't make me roll it, but I feel obligated to bring up I have -1 strength.
It doesn't matter. You can drag her back,
Okay.
and you can't drop her back into the water or something. There would be no consequence for failure. So you drag her back into the tower. Fergus, give me another D100 roll.
1d100 too.
Just one.
I'm king of the averages today.
Yeah.
Yep. Nothing changes on the illuminated.
Oh, I'm going to use my shadow walking to walk down to the floor and over to our good merchant friend.
You see him like huddled in the corner, as far away from the door as possible, like wide-eyed.
I'm going to say, here, take this, and I'm going to toss him the rope, and I'm going to say, hold on a second.
he it falls into his hands. And he looks down at it and he looks up at you.
I'm going to try a controlled dive onto the ceiling and try to drag him up with me.
You jump onto the ceiling and he doesn't hold on to the rope.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate. But
Also, the
I
rope
don't-
probably has a lot of slack.
Yeah, that was a bad plan all around. I'll just kind of shake his head and say, "I wanted you to come up and see something," but I'll make my way back down. And this time I'll walk over and say that. So, will you tell us what that thing was out there?
It's like, who? Tell you what? You're all the ones that know what these things are. Your people supposedly killed that thing that attacked Arnhem.
Clearly, this thing is linked to the portal, and you think there's some sort of riches in that portal. So my guess is you realize this thing was here, and we're looking for some god killers to take it out. So will you tell us what it's doing here?
I didn't know it was here. I had nothing to do with this.
I kind of look to the others, and they look.
What are we
back,
going to
and-
do? Wait,
Well, I'm Rowan. I think Fergus is doing something with that astrolabe. It might have something to do. I have very little in the way of slaying god beings. My personal equipment. That's
It's
really
my
more-
opinion. We need to go back to the original plan. Find some way to blow those runes up when the thing
Oh
eventually
yeah,
comes
blow up
back
the only
again.
thing that's probably protecting us from being absorbed.
Oh, we want to be able to set those runes up a second after we leave. I'm going to say that I can get all of us out except for the one that chose not to cooperate. I'm just going to kind of look to the merchant and say that might be a problem.
I'm more of concerned about the fact that the runes are keeping the thing out of the tower. If they're doing that, then I'm very concerned about the fact that if it gets into the tower, what would happen?
Nemestra just says, "How did it even get here?"
I
Are the
have
horses
no
still
clue.
around, or did they die? By the way, I don't remember what happened to them.
I think there are a couple horses still outside. There's like clustered on the farthest end of the tower from this thing. You don't know which ones they are though, since you didn't go and inspect them. Several of the horses though did disappear into the sphere, and then several of them looked like they tried to tread water across the lake.
My horse is okay in the back of my mind as I just kind of look up there.
Your horse
Imagine
was
if
not.
you cost
Your
me a
horse
horse.
wasn't one of the ones that ran.
Oh no, that's so sad.
I said it
You
wasn't
got my
one of.
horse?
I said it wasn't one of the ones that ran.
Oh, okay.
Your horse has more balls than that after its ordeal.
So yeah, I'm gonna be kind of looking to the others and say that we need to deal with that, whatever it was.
Obviously, I'm currently trying to care for Bojana. Like, I knows what's wrong with her.
I'm convinced the only thing capable of causing big enough explosion to damage it are those runes. I'm gonna kind of motion, and then mark my words, it will be back, and eventually it will find its way in. This is a
I think
ship in a bottle
Nemestra-
situation.
Nemestra says, "But why is it even here to begin with?"
Find a way to get our merchant.
What is that?
past it and out of here.
That
don't
isn't
know
an
what that
answer,
is.
Graves.
I don't know what that is. I've never encountered anything like it. I guess to be some sort of ancient deity. Like
But why would it be here now?
There was a portal in the region. It likely traveled through it. I'm going to kind of look to the merchant and say, they always go bad places in my experience. Likely the portal that was seen was its arrival in our realm.
So, I guess the scene here is you're all in the lower floor of the tower except for Fergus. And Bojana is on the ground, wet. Looks like she's unconscious.
I still have the or I still have the gravity effect still hit me just as hard as always, right? Has there been any change in it?
You're standing on the floor now, right?
All right, I
But
think
yeah,
he zoomed back up to the
mindful of
ceiling.
Shadow walking.
Oh, he came
Are
back
you-
down?
Which
Am I
did you
able to
say?
sit here without shadow walking?
What are you on the floor now?
I was on the floor, but I was using shadow walking to get on the floor, so I'm not sure if I can still stay on the floor without it.
Yeah, so I think like maybe it occurs to you like I mean like this question actually occurs to you, and you're trying to figure out how you would tell, and you reach up and you feel your hair, and it feels like it's floating down towards the ground.
I'm going to very cautiously let go of my shadow walking and brace myself for potentially hitting my head in a moment.
You remain on the correct gravitational plane.
I'll take a couple steps and make a quick jump and then land and make sure that I can land okay and say, well, that's a win at least. That thing might have redirected the magic elsewhere.
That may be. I'm personally like I'm making sure Bojana's like still alive, quote unquote.
She is, but you cannot wake her up. And
Right.
she seems to be having very rapid eye movements behind her eyelids.
Uh-huh. Well, Bojana's alive, but she seems to be, I don't know, dreaming. I'm for one think I'm gonna go help Fergus with the astrolabe. I think it's about our best shot.
I'll walk over and say perhaps an antitoxin may help. She may have been poisoned by whatever that was out there. Now, I'll take out an antitoxin and head over and attempt to administer it to her after sitting her up.
Okay. Yeah, you do so. You go up to help Fergus with the rings.
Indeed.
No change from Bojana after you do that. Graves, it's now just you and the NPCs down here.
Actually,
I think you can see Calvin standing over by the door with his arms crossed, like staring out at this thing. Rylan is sort of pacing back and forth, looking a little bit unsure, and you can see him flexing his gauntlet, you know, the cursed one. And Aldart is like muttering in the corner. The Mestre seems to be the only one that's not like utterly absorbed in the situation.
I am going to slip my hand into the satchel, and I'm going to withdraw the gemmed soul dagger, and I'm going to say that you come from an ancient civilization. Have you ever said anything like that before? And I'm going to stare into the dagger and see if it has anything to say to me.
It is entirely quiet.
Come on, you bastard! I didn't leave you at the door. I could have. I'll shake it a bit.
Just more silence.
Kind of look up and.
As a side note, it made her wet, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's black.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to try the green soul gem, possibly, with the same exact approach, and see if I get any response out of that. I've never heard it talk before, but
What do you say?
I'm going to pick it up and say that if there's some reason you're not talking, you better tell me what's going on out there right now, because I still have a way out of this mess.
So you hear, after 10 seconds, a low, soft, feminine voice say, it is wise not to attract the attention of those which dwell amongst the stars.
I'm going to shake my head and say, I think we already have plenty of attention. I think that's beyond the point now. They're coming back regardless if you make all the noise in the world or not now. They know we're here. What is that thing, and what can we do to kill it?
Its name cannot be pronounced by your tongue. It cannot be killed. It is not alive. Not as you know it. It is a force.
I'll pause and say that, well, apparently something is able to repel it. Magic. Runic magic. So, seeming we need to figure out how to make some runic magic then. Do you know any-
Leftovers long ago by those which would protect you. They will only do for some time. Very soon, the being will discover that its magic is merely a ghost of those which passed before.
And we need to create new magics. We need to get the knowledge of how to create runes to Telemon. Do you know the secrets?
There's just a long pause. I have much knowledge. It is not the runes, however. It is the creators. Imbuing within these sacred symbols their own power. The only force which could protect your kind from those which sought to devour you.
Apparently, it was one of the last ones left. How did the others get defeated? Surely there must be
You are a fool if you think so. They are innumerable. Maybe the last one upon your world. The last one within the barrier.
barrier. Who set up this barrier? What barrier do you speak?
Those which you would know as the old gods. The old ones which came before. Gods as you would call them.
I'll pause and I'll say, well, if gods can beat them, got people who can beat gods. Clearly we've got a shot.
You are cocky for one so young and so fragile. Countless eons have passed since your people came here. You do not know how many of your kind have perished to these beings.
Do you know its true name?
It cannot be spoken. Cannot be communicated in such a crude fashion.
Can it be written?
There's a pause, and then there's you get like the feeling perhaps of slight begrudging approval. Its meaning can be conveyed, if only a shadow of its meaning, and not in its entirety.
I'm going to nod and I'm going to say that I won't have time to do it here. I'm going to think about it for a moment and say that perhaps it's something we can work with. If this adventure to find the portal may be off, I think our new mission is to get back and warn not only the town, but the guilds.
You plan
With the
to
help of magic.
use your magics to get back.
It was a hope, yes.
I'm afraid you will
There's a
find
problem
this
with this.
highly unlikely. While you are within the presence of this being, it controls all the interdimensional pathways, all but those created by the old ones.
Pause, so I won't be able to call upon the shadows to return us to... Oh, I'm going to pause and so I'm very concerned about that. Is there any way to circumvent it?
There is a gateway here, one which this being has long sought.
We want to open the gateway and then destroy the tower and hopefully damage the being along with it.
This could be accomplished.
I'll figure out some way to get the tower destroyed, hopefully without the loss of life, but the gateway is the first step. How do we open it?
Within this tower, there is a key. This key merely opens the door. What is on the other side of...
Like?
I think there's a pause.
Is it a device? A physical key? I'm going to start making my way towards the stairs as I'm talking to myself, I guess to everybody else's perspective.
It is. It harnesses the gateway, but the moon must be high.
What is the shape of the moon right now?
It looks like it's currently in the process of rising. It's been probably about like an hour and a half since the sunset.
Start heading up the stairs as I guess I'm heading in Fergus's direction. Tell me where I can find it. We must escape this place and then formulate a plan to destroy this being.
There is only one thing which it could be. You will know it when you see it.
So yeah, I'll keep it in my hand as I make my way up and start scanning the upstairs for this key, rather frantically. I might check in with Fergus if I pass him on the way.
I mean, that is the upstairs. That is the upper floor.
Now I'm gonna just start looking around for it. Oh, the whole thing. Yeah, I'm gonna come up with Fergus and say, I'm gonna look at the gym and say, "Is this the key?"
Who be ye talking to?
Fergus will. I'll
As I'm still
Fergus for
spinning.
a second as I kind of casually walk over, talking to this gym. Does it answer?
This is part of the key. Part of it lies within realms you cannot see.
How do we access them? I'm gonna kind of give Fergus like a 1-moment motion with my other hand.
It must be aligned. The moon must be high.
The
only-
motion say, there's someone I want you to meet, Fergus. Take this. I'm gonna hand him the gem.
So Fergus, he hands you this green, polished gem.
Give him an odd eye as I continue looking for a point that it lights.
Roll D100, or I guess roll 10 D100.
That's a lot of D100s.
That one. You hear a voice in your head, a soft, kind of monotone, feminine voice as you spin the wheel a
Ruby,
6th time.
What is this?
But don't be alarmed, Fergus. I believe it is a soul that is not passed on, is trapped within that gem. But they are lending us help with the creature outside. They come from a time when they roamed the earth.
Not everything he says is true. But you will find the symbol you are seeking 5 clicks back to the left.
I move the thing 5 clicks back.
Yeah,
Cautiously looking a bit eye-quirked at Memnon.
there's a last click, and the symbol illuminates. And when that happens, the interior ring, 2 symbols on that begin to illuminate blue as well, and you can see a vague light kind of illuminating from these, and you hear a voice in your mind say, now is just a matter of waiting for the moon. And as that happens, we cut to somewhere else. Bojana,
Yes.
you are floating in blackness. You are floating in blackness, and you are holding your sword. What do you do?
I will look around in the blackness. Is the blackness all around?
It is.
Can I propel myself in any kind of way by like trying to swim? Something like swimming?
You think about swimming, and I think you move your hands about, you move your feet, and your foot kicks across something and eventually comes to a rest. And you realize that you can stand. You were merely floating. How are you floating? Why it doesn't seem to make sense. You should have been standing if you were. And the whole experience doesn't seem to make sense. You should have been standing, but before you thought of it, you were simply floating.
Okay. I'll call out into the darkness and say, "Where are you? Who are you?" I don't get a response, I'm assuming.
We are beyond your
Oh.
understanding. It is not for you to know. Extinguish. Give us your light.
What light do you seek?
I think the voices begin to close in from the dark. Give us your light. Give us your light. Give us your light.
I will not give you my light, and I'll like prepare in a defensive motion with shield first for anything that comes to me. I'm probably not seeing anything. Am I just hearing these voices?
Roll con.
Okay. A 10.
Nice time to get a 10.
Yeah, so you feel something battering your mind, and you brace your mind, and you find yourself bracing your feet and bringing up your sword. Do you have a shield?
Yes.
Maybe you weren't even holding it before, but you find yourself holding it now, and suddenly you find yourself holding the shield and beating off an attack from a large shadowy form hulking above you and in front of you. It stands on two legs, but it stands 10 feet tall. Its torso unusually wide. Its arms unusually long, and it looks to have a head, but its neck is so thick that its head almost merges with its shoulders, and all you see is the shadow of this form hulking over you. What seems to be extremely muscular, and I think it reaches down and it tries to grab your shield and yank it away from you, and you hold on to it as much with your mind as your arm, and it cannot pull it free. And I think, what level are you?
2.
You're able to slash back and barely graze it, and it's forced to let go of the shield and stomp backwards. What do? You are facing this thing, and I think as you begin to focus, you seem to be standing on a black plane, and there's blackness all about you, but the blackness in the sky seems to be lit with pinpricks of light, almost like stars.
Let's see here. I'll probably start to back up with my sword and shield out in front, of course, and my sword behind, ready to strike back if this thing comes for me again. I'm trying to back out the way in which I thought I came, along this kind of planar blackness, hopefully, that doesn't give out behind me.
So you're retreating from it, holding your shield up, and you keep backing away. You occasionally look back, and it continues to extend back behind you. And the thing is just standing where it was, letting you walk away, and you're getting further and further away from it, to the point where it's really hard to see, since it's sort of a shadow in this shadowy realm. You eventually, back up so far that you can not see it anymore, and you're finally away from it. You turn around, and there is another shape standing immediately before you, just 10 feet.
I'll yell out to it, "Free me from this prison, you vile spirit!"
You are but one of countless, insignificant in the greater picture. A mere moment in time. And it moves forward to attack you again. This time you don't have your guard up. It brings its fists down. How do you defy this danger?
Let's see. This black firmament that I'm on, correct? Is kind of solid. Let's see here. I'm gonna try to. It's tall, so I'm gonna try to roll through its legs and strike from its behind. Once I get through there, hopefully.
All right, give me a. Sounds Dexy to me.
Alrighty, there we go. 8.
You're able to avoid the arms as they smash down, but as you dive down beneath its legs, one of your own legs touches it, and instead of a solid mass, part of it peels away like liquid shadow touching your skin, and it begins to wrap over your limbs. You're able to roll past it behind it. You have a shot to stab it in the back, but at the same time, there is now this roiling liquid shadow starting to make its way along your leg and starting to expand and cover it. You could attack it, but if you do, this thing is likely to get a very firm hold of you. You don't even like see an end to it now. It's just like it's coating your leg in blackness. If you devote all your attention now to it, you could probably try to resist it.
Yeah, probably try to pull away and roll away from it even more, if I could, to resist it and such.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. So you yank away from it and dive away, and I think a voice says in your mind, "Such is the folly of all your kind, as it has played out before, and it will play out countless times again." And it just turns and it begins stalking after you. There is nowhere you can run.
I'll look to my weapon quickly as I kind of am still backing away from this thing, and I'll call out, "Spirits, help me defend against these other spirits of evil." And I'll ask, "What can be done to get them out of this place?"
All right, give me a roll.
Hopefully. Oh shit! God damn! Another 5.
So you look down at your sword. You look down at your sword, and you see that reflecting in the blade of your sword are 1,000,000, maybe more, screaming faces.
Oh joy!
All howling in pain. Not all of them human. Not all of them even races that you have ever seen or heard of. They're all screaming in agony and in horror. And as you focus in on that, and you inadvertently focus in on that, you take all of this horror in, and you can feel the scream of billions and trillions, and you get this overwhelming sense of terror, and you are forced to collapse to your knees and drop the sword. This thing utterly horrifying in your hand, not connecting you to your ancestors, but to something else, perhaps.
Yeah.
And with that, we switch back out of wherever it is Bojana was. Fergus, you line up the symbols, and all of you are up at the top of the tower. You're simply waiting for the moon, it sounds like. What do you do with the rest of the party?
I personally go to. If it seems like we're probably. So we wait now?
So, did you drag Bojana up here, or is she downstairs?
I think we have to get the others and bring them up yet.
Someone should go cut the horses free. That sucks, but it's better than leaving them on this island.
They're not tied up, are they?
No, they're not tied up. I'm gonna say there's not much we can do besides letting them roam with our packs.
Oh, you always
Out in the swamp.
forgot the important details, Graves.
You,
You hear from your side.
I'll kind of look down and say, there's no way we can lead the horses to the doorway of this tower, is there? It's likely too short.
You look over, responding to the person who said that, and you see Padine sitting upon the same rock surface which you had found him dead just a couple days ago.
I thought it was a knife that was talking to me. I will most likely do a double take and almost immediately draw my bow and aim in the direction and scream out "Shade!" as I keep an eye on the Padine that just showed up. I don't really trust it to be Padine, truthfully.
So yeah, you spin back around towards it, and everybody sees Graves spin around with his bow, and Graves, somebody puts a hand on your shoulder.
This may be a unfortunate move if it's an ally, but I'm immediately going to try to bring my bow back and shoulder bunt it into whoever just put their hand on me at the moment.
So Graves spins around and whacks his crossbow into what appears to be thin air. Graves, you turn around and you see Regan standing there. This man you've only met once, and his image is only there for the briefest of moments before you dash it away and it disappears into essentially just smoke and shadow. Nobody else sees this.
Graves? What be happening?
Tower is haunted.
I see
Padine and
nothing.
your old companion. Their spirits are both appearing to me. I'm going to start looking about and saying my hunter's bag is unfortunately completely exhausted. I have nothing to deal with such ghosts.
A lack of training this speaks of, Memon. You hear a very familiar voice.
Is it perhaps
Yeah.
Ulrich?
You turn and you do see Ulrich standing there with his arms crossed, looking at you.
Take a step back.
His-
and
his-
think to myself,
Flesh pale and gray.
this isn't real. This isn't real. These are appearing into my mind. This isn't real.
Graves, calm down. There's nothing there.
Graves, can you please give me a wisdom roll with disadvantage?
Yes, I will. Probably in the main room now, so I'm probably not getting the shadow bonus. I'm gonna roll +1. Oh, fortunate.
With disadvantage.
With disadvantage.
Oh, I did not hear that.
Fortunate.
Yeah, unless you roll it again. Well,
It could have
not
been
too bad.
worse.
Graves, you feel tendrils of a presence just slipping and slithering around your mind, and you realize that the presence has been in your mind for some time and you hadn't felt it before. And you begin to lose grip on your fear spell, and it is on the brink of dissipating. You can see the black oozing oily orb start to expand towards the tower again. You can try to hold the fear spell and keep it at bay, but if you do, you're going to be putting your mind under some considerable strain. Alternatively, you could let it go and try to conserve what energy you have left. And you probably won't be stunned in the process.
Oh boy. Just to be clear, what are my options exactly? I wasn't.
You
quite
can
there.
you can maintain the fear spell, which is desperately wavering, but if you do so, it's going to put so much strain on your mind that you may be stunned, shocked, or something of the nature. So much so that you are not sure if you will be even conscious afterwards. You would have to put a lot of strain on your brain. The other option is to let it go, let the fear spell go, and not suffer this mental trauma.
Oh man, if the fear spell goes down, it's gonna come right back out of the tower, but the tower still might be able to hold for a few moments regardless, and hopefully we don't need that much time. If I'm stunned, I'm not gonna be able to help anybody. I'm gonna let the fear spell go. It's a very hard call, but
All right,
hopefully
yeah.
the
So
wound can hold us long enough.
you let it go, and the black oily presence grows in size and expands towards the tower once again, and once again the exterior of the tower starts sparking with magical energy.
Graves, what did you do?
I can't hold the spell. I have a
If
feeling
it
things
if
get
it blocks
into my
out the
mind
moon,
even
the portal
worse.
won't work.
I feared that if I had tried to hold it much longer, I could have ended up stunned or vulnerable, even mind controlled.
Well,
Don't know what I could have
there's
done.
one thing we can try. Black and oily, right? Does it burn?
I'm gonna motion it and say that black and oil and fire seem to work out well for us before. I'm just going to almost offer a slight chuckle as I draw out a
Oh
oil
god,
lantern.
this guy.
What do you do? Said oil lantern.
I think I'm gonna pause for a second and look at the fire, look at everybody, and say that let's hope the stone doesn't burn. And I'm gonna chuck it as far as I can into this thing.
All right, you hurl the lantern, and you see its glow glowing and growing against the side of the oily sphere, and it hits and it ripples and it disappears.
Oh, damn.
Is this creature made of some sort of dimensional portal?
Well, Bajana came out wet.
She's still
So
covered in black liquid.
Hmm?
Is she covered in black liquid?
It's not black liquid per se. It is sort of like black tinged a little bit. It's not like her clothes were dyed or anything, but it is sort of like if you dropped a couple drops of ink in a glass of water and poured it on something, it is a little tinged.
I'm gonna take out my fishing pole, and I'm going to cast it as far as
Oh,
this
God.
thing as I can. I don't know what's gonna happen. I can fish anything back.
You know,
Alright,
in my
yeah,
mind,
you-
I'm just going, oh boy.
You cast your fishing pole into the orb. while this is happening, I think you you hear this voice again in your mind, Fergus, and as you were distracted by what was going on, it says, "It is nearly time. The window will only be open for a short period, as it is." And you look down, and you can see that there is this pale light kind of moving across the surface of the stone tower, and it's getting closer and closer to the contraption in the center.
Time comes. It is prepared. It's open. Everybody, get ready.
We must get the others from below and get them up here.
Everybody up! I'll say as I try to reel back the fishing rod.
There is utter tension and no slack whatsoever as you start pulling back. It's almost like there's whatever you cast in there is at maximum, I guess, maximum tension.
I'm gonna try to pull on it while the others are trying to get everyone upstairs.
Your line snaps. It snaps right off at the edge of the sphere, actually.
I'm gonna say, time to go! Put the broken pole back and start heading upstairs.
Written by God, the man goes fishing.
So you guys start dragging Bojana's body up the stairs. Rylan says, "That thing's getting bigger. Is this going to hold?"
We can only hope. It needs to hold a few more minutes.
I'm gonna make my way as fast as possible up to the top of this thing.
Okay. Are you gathering everybody?
Yes, I'm gonna definitely help anybody.
You have to pull Aldart. He's just like utterly consumed with fear at this point. But you managed to pull him up the stairs.
Get up here, stay behind.
I think it's partially more terrifying for him because you guys have to go past that broken section of the tower, which is really close to the edge of the sphere. As you guys are going up the stairs, you can hear the stone start to grind and groan of the tower. Like there's a great weight against it, and you can hear the sparks as the sphere presses up against it. The whole tower seems to be lightly vibrating and groaning as if there's a tremendous weight pressed against it. And in all of your minds, you hear inevitability. You cannot fight. All will be extinguished.
Mirai, do you still have Stormcrow?
Yes.
Right. Shoot one arrow into the friggin' runes, and get ready to shoot the other one before we roll.
So be it. I can't stick it. It's outside, so I can't do that. But I'll probably stick it on the inside. And
backside, hopefully, maybe when you shoot it into the air, maybe we'll get lucky.
Yeah, normally it doesn't work inside, but we'll see.
So you go downstairs and wedge an arrow.
Yeah, into the back side of the runes because I can't get to the front because the thing's there.
So how do you do it? You take an arrow from your quiver and you wedge it in.
Yeah. Does it have
okay.
To be, I guess it has to be shot from Stormcrow.
I'm glad you thought of that. Because I know there was going to be some butthurt when you fired something up and suddenly nothing happened later.
So suppose I try and just shoot it into the crack then. I don't know if it'll work or not, but it has to be shot from it. So yeah.
Go ahead and is this more of a strength roll? I don't think this is Dex. I would be willing to entertain different options for this.
I'm gonna
if
scream
you can...
down. I'll scream down. Here, do something with this, and I will toss you my sticky glue that I still had some left of, and say, just shoot it somewhere and then stick it to the friggin' wall. We gotta go. I will toss down the sticky glue I have.
Okay. I take a fragment of my cloak, smother it into the glue, stick that at the end of the arrow, then shoot that at the back of the rune place.
Okay. Give me a intelligence roll, maybe, unless you want to argue for something else.
Nope, it's probably mine's flat, so.
Do I get anything to potentially assist Mirai? Consider roll. Same result anyway, fortunately.
How do I do this? I think you fire it, and even though you have this sticky thing right up against it, the glue is not like immediate acting by any stretch of the imagination, and the arrow breaks and shatters against the stone. You feel a faint thrumming sound, though, like it had been activated, and it's not stuck to the stone. I think with a partial success on the intelligence roll, you realize it's probably a better idea to fire the arrow into the mud of the ground and then wrap it up in something sticky and stick it to the stone.
Okay.
You'll have to expend an additional ammo.
Sure. That. Not a problem.
This is what Mirai's infinite bag of ammo is for.
It's not infinite, but I have quite a few.
Near infinite. So if you do that, we can kind of gloss over it, and you can stick it to the back of the stone.
Yes. Okay, it's done. I don't know if it'll work or not, but we'll find out.
Well, as this is happening, there is a faint thrum that grows in intensity from the discs, from the rings up top, and they begin to move very slowly on their own and reorient. All of them lining up into kind of concentric rings, all together, kind of forming one large ring, and pointing at the far end of the tower, and the moonlight flickers through the rings, and you see the moonlight begin to sort of coalesce in the center, and begin to get reflected and start to build up against the wall.
Come on, let's go toward the wall. Let's go.
Stand back. Wait for the portal to open before we get too close. Sometimes these things are dangerous.
Yeah, no time to wait.
Start the motion and say, Mirai, we'll go through last. Pop the arrow in the air before we bail. And I'll start making my way over to the portal as well, like getting kind of close to it, but not like right in front of it, just until it's ready.
At this point, there is a cracking, and you can definitely feel part of the tower give way as stones begin to crumble here and there.
Ready to go.
I make sure I'm the last to the portal, and I pick up a brick or something.
Yeah, so only within the last few seconds does the light start to like really intensify and materialize, and projected upon the surface of the stone is a bright bluish orb almost, and then all of a sudden there's a blinding light, and it becomes like a mirror surface. What do you do?
Go now.
Yeah, I think everybody goes. I think with Fergus and I last. I intend to shoot an arrow into the sky as I pass through.
So who goes first?
I want to make sure Bojana gets through first, probably. Making sure she.
Unconscious body through.
Need to be carried through the others, I think.
All right, so you send the NPCs first.
Yeah, it does seem that way. Well, Graves can go if he wants to. He's not involved in this exit plan.
All right, so I think Rylan
So-
takes Bojana in a fireman's. No, probably not. Actually, he gets her arm over one shoulder, and Calvin gets her arm over the other, and they move through the portal. They have to kind of go sideways to do it, but Rylan steps through first, and he steps into this mirror and simply vanishes. And I think you can hear Calvin cursing as he disappears as well.
Go.
After a moment, it looks like Aldart pauses and he's like, but
I shove him through.
yeah, I think you shove him through, and then Nemestra just follows immediately.
Holstering my crossbow and raising out my my shield, and I'm going to stand ready to defend Mariah in case she needs it. I'm not going to actually roll anything.
I push Memnon through as well. Go.
Yeah, I'm probably getting all ready to do that, and you've shoved me through.
All right, so Graves goes tumbling through.
I fire the arrow, then I go.
I shove Mariah and I throw the brick at the gate generator rings, so maybe knock them out of alignment, and then jump through.
All right, I'm gonna need a Defy Danger roll from Mariah and Fergus.
Okay.
As Mariah fires off the arrow, and there is a crack of lightning, and Fergus hefts the brick and throws it at the device. All of this happens as the far wall collapses in and the blackness seeps in towards you, and the lightning bolts down from the sky at the same time as the two of you are starting to go through the portal. Even part of you is even starting to go through the portal. This sounds... I don't think it could be anything other than acting quickly.
Alrighty.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Not a time where I wanted that.
Oh no!
So, I think, Fergus, you throw the brick at the device shatters and you turn to go, and you run flat right into Mariah, who had stopped and looked, because as she turned, she heard and
Oh no.
turned around in horror to see Flux standing there, growling, raising its baring its teeth and starting to raise its talons towards this giant this giant black orb, standing valiantly in defense of everyone. And Mariah's staring in horror, like growing on her face as she realizes that he's out there on the tower. And you run flat into her, Fergus, and knock her down as you fall into the portal. Mariah, you have a choice. Even though this is a failure.
It's fair. Offer me the choice.
I think no matter what happens, you're not going to be able to escape this situation unharmed as the lightning comes crashing down. It's really a matter of picking your poison. It's going to be far worse choices than your typical partial success, because this is a failure. You're going to have to either deal with the lightning or the blackness, as I think the blackness is on one end of the tower, and the lightning is coming down on the other, and the portal is in between. And you've been knocked out of the way. You can try to jump through the stream of lightning, or you could try to run close or probably through part of the black orb.
I would
Both of those options leave poor Flux behind, unfortunately. I don't think there's going to be a choice in that.
Indeed.
Give me a wisdom roll, please.
If it makes a difference for you to know it, I've had man's best friend since character creation.
What does man's best friend do?
It's
I wonder.
When you allow your animal companion to take a blow that was meant for you, the damage is negated and your animal companion's ferocity becomes 0.
Do you want to go through the lightning?
I would like to go through the lightning.
Okay. So, because I think the danger from the orb is not so much damage. The danger from the lightning is definitely damage. So, Mirai, yeah, you do have that. Maybe that's what saves you. You start running to the portal, and the lightning comes down, and it just begins to vaporize the stones beneath you, and you feel your hair start to catch fire once again. You feel your whole body just. You feel your whole body just struck by lightning, and you think that you are about to be vaporized when you are hit hard by something from behind, and you hear "Arr!" as you are knocked forward, sent tumbling through the lightning and into the portal. And the last image you get burned into your retinas from the lightning is the skeleton, or rather the kind of the goo skeleton of the raptor of Flux, as he is in midair in this bolt of lightning. He turns to bright green and then to bright white, and then flashes into vapor. And that is the last thing that you see burned into your retinas as you tumble through the portal.
No! As I'm falling through the portal, probably. I can't do anything about it at this point. It's just like...
And we transition to another map.
Transition to a completely 180 flipped version of our Paul. You've entered Bizarro Realm. Cliffhanger.
Guess what, guys? You're back in the future.
We were hit by lightning.
The obvious answer is the only people who can fight the gods exist only in the past, right? We haven't been there yet.
88 gigawatts.
Oh, the past is so much more dangerous than the future.
Fine.
You fuck the future, well, you fuck the future. If you fuck the past, you fuck your present.
Yep. That would be bad.
Endless blackness stands before your eyes.
Keep in mind, if you're messing up the future, you're messing with someone else's past. If you're talking
Can everybody see their characters?
I did
Yes.
for a moment.
Some kind of water cavern thing.
I do. Oh yes, I do now. Yes.
I don't see mine.
Oh, it's all the way at the bottom. Scroll all the way down.
I'm
There
shift
we go.
pinging.
I got it.
You find yourselves in another place. Graves, you come through the portal unscathed. Fergus comes through the portal with his hair standing on end, his beard totally poofed out. Several seconds later, Mirai comes out with her hair completely singed, tumbling through. And you land in a small, seems to be creek or something. And you notice several things immediately as your senses begin to adjust. It is very damp in here. You are obviously deep underground, and there is no light except for the illumination of one of the torches that one of the NPCs is holding that is not currently on the map.
Is the portal gone?
By the way, I lost it. No, I got it.
There is no portal.
I think Mariah's just like on the ground and like, God damn it!
And am I still unconscious?
Are you all right?
I
You took
think-
quite a blow there.
I think you are, but we'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
Where are we? Two-faced dwarf says.
I don't know. We could return immediately to the. If we wish, but that would leave our merchant friends.
I
stranded. We
would
should look for
not
a way
suggest
out.
that. You remember what she told you?
Actually, I think at this point, Bojana lets out like a light moan, and her eyes begin to flutter, and Bojana, you begin to wake up.
I was gonna say if she didn't, I was gonna try dousing her in the stream to see if that helped any. But...
It looks like I'm already drowning in it. Okay, so I'll kind of come to. Am I terrified from what I had last seen? Pretty much. Am I still reeling from that?
Yes, and not only that, you feel sick.
Should I mark that?
Not that kind of sick.
Oh.
Like, there's a feeling in your bones almost as you begin to wake up, and you immediately throw up.
Ew.
And you continue throwing up for like almost a minute and a half. Bojana, your maximum hit points have been dropped 6 points.
Oh wow.
Zana, what happened to you out there? Found you in a catatonic state. The universally good answer.
I think Rylan holds her hair.
I do think not think you're in any state to answer your question at the moment, Graves.
It's just barf black liquid.
Yes, it is.
Ugh.
It's runny black liquid. As you're doing that, you're just like eventually just dry heaving for a period of time. Calvin says, "Where exactly are we? Do you think?"
It's interesting question. Underground, it seems.
So yeah, you do seem to be in a small cavern. From the faint light that you have, pretty much most of you, except for Bojana, can see pretty clearly. There is a small underground stream that seems to be flowing through one end of the cavern and out the other. A couple of you can see what seem to be carved stone at both the northwest and the south. What looks to be some sort of collapsed section leading into a tunnel to the south, and then a very similar thing to the northwest, except that one looks like it's a set of stairs. Regardless, the cavern you're in is very much worn by water and time.
Well, I guess we should take a look around.
I think Mariah's
Could
like
find a
moving
way out.
around like he took the blow for me. He can come along.
GB still be.
What?
You hear a pair of from behind you.
They're now 1/3 smaller.
Okay, you turn around, and almost like the creepy twins from The Shining, there are two raptors standing behind you, looking at you.
To say, who did not come along? Was there someone else behind?
I think I tearly go trying to hug like, you're alive!
Squish.
Yeah,
Yep.
probably
Raptor
like,
They
squish.
squish and deform as you squish them together like Stretch Armstrong. Noticeably smaller than they were before. And I think they look to each other.
They look to have lost some weight. Are you feeding them all right? I'm going to ask with a bit of a curious glance.
Please note that your raptor has lost 1 point of cunning.
oh dear. How do you want to determine which training it lost?
Number them 1 through whatever, and then roll die.
I think probably the thing that it has not used yet.
It has hunt, travel, and fight monsters.
So it's hunted. It's arguably fought monsters. I don't think it's traveled.
No, because it wasn't.
I think that's probably the easiest.
Does travel mean like being able to ride it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. There it goes.
You don't actually have to adjust the base stats. Adjusting the ones in the boxes is all you need to do.
Right. I forgot about those.
So, I think the last thing we do here, before we wrap Dungeon World for a considerable amount of time, I think you notice, Mirai, that one of the raptors has something in its mouth.
I take it.
Seems to be some sort of cloth.
This.
Yeah, you take it out of its mouth, and I think everybody is here maybe to see this. Right, it seems to be some sort of tattered, worn, raptor slobbered, purplish magenta cloth. Thick, pointy even. I think as you like start to like put your hand in it, you realize it's actually kind of crumpled up. It seems to be some sort of hat.
A hat? Say as I try to unfold it, that seems.
A very large hat. Like with an extreme point.
Only
a
Telemon was here.
A rich purple.
I know who it is, but Mirai's never met this person.
And I think that's where we'll end it for Dungeon World for now.
Sort of my XP slate here, in case we got any at the end.
Everybody wondered where a certain goblin ran off to many moons ago.
He gave him his light.
And I think more importantly, everybody wondered why he didn't come back.
Probably opened a portal and went through it.
Joy.
Find out Sarcasmos is responsible for all of this.
Does
Yes.
anybody feel like they have an alignment that they fulfilled?
I did.
Probably me, defeating a worthy opponent with the basilisk.
None here for me.
That went much better than my first try against a basilisk, a large basilisk.
I have ignored
Oh.
to aid another.
I'll agree with that, with both of those.
I didn't help with the fighting of the basilisk. I don't get mine.
I don't know if Fergus thinks that's a worthy opponent in any way.
Probably not. I beat that one already.
You already got that achievement. Does anybody have any bonds that they think have been fulfilled?
Let me see here. Nothing so far.
One with Graves is pretty damn confirmed from what I've seen him being doing.
Graves is a rather silly fellow with strange theories and ideas. Maybe I can make him more pragmatic.
Him floating around and walking on the ceiling. Of course, I didn't see him walking on the ceiling down there, but I assumed as much when he was being hauled in there, the rope and everything, and him having us all touch him and be tethered to that spot. I don't think I'm gonna make a pragmatic one out of this guy.
I don't think so either. If Graves believes this is true, you can mark XP.
I'm very pragmatic, just not how anyone else might define it. I think that makes sense. Yeah,
I mean, I have
yeah.
Graves seems to act before he thinks, but I think I'm making progress on that. At least I'm opposed to confirming it because I've seen him do a lot of stuff without seeming to think about it. He's just like, do this, shoot it, jam this in here, destroy this.
Honestly, that's when did you start that one? Because there's been a lot of evidence for that.
3 sessions ago, I think.
I think there's been a lot of instances where Graves has acted before he thinks. Running back into the doorway a second time, potentially going back for thirds. I'd say that one's actually pretty close if you both agree to it.
Yeah.
Sure. I'll totally go for that.
Alrighty.
So you good on me clearing that one with you, Graves, for the strange theories and ideas? I think think that Bohana's pretty damn confirmed with you being a weirdo.
Oh yeah. I'm always kind of strange theories and ideas.
All right, because I got another one I can write in for you for eventuality.
Yeah, as Bohana unfortunately discovered, that was not a fighty monster.
No, it wasn't. It was a sucky monster that sucked me in.
It was less of a suck in and more like you just jumped into it.
Yes, exactly.
It was like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
It's not a
I will
slime.
slice it all the way down. And
If she had actually considered like stripping Bohana naked and then like trying to mop the blackness off of
goo.
her, that's what I was considering. But
gosh.
it might have
Down
helped. I don't know.
chainmail.
Once again, left behind.
Yep.
Cannot hold on to a horse.
Yeah.
We have the worst track record with animals in
Watch
general.
me how I don't learn from my mistakes, because I have 12 experience, which means I level up. Watch me take well trained and give it ability to travel again.
You were verging on the almost rideable territory before that, but he took the lightning for you. You wouldn't want to know how much. I mean, like that would have just been a. How much metal did you have on you? Probably not a whole lot. It would have just been a 3d4.
It would have been 3d4.
But then the explosion would have been very bad.
It probably.
Yeah.
Is the big thing. It's like the lightning would have just locked you in place, so make sure you blew up, pretty much.
Yeah, I would have taken 7 from that, and then whatever the explosion did.
Yeah, that was. It's really the secondary that was the problem. Because there is now a slight section of the world map that needs to be adjusted.
A massive crater in Mirkwood. Yes.
Yeah,
It would just be.
I mean,
The water would just flow in, right? You wouldn't see it.
And
You
dry
guys-
up the entire area.
you guys remember Sarcasmos creating a crater somewhere to the
Yes.
southwest in the future. Maybe he doesn't do that anymore.
Yeah, maybe it's us. Great. Can I safely assume that the chest filled with 200 gold that I had on my horse is now gone?
But we don't have the horse, so
Yeah, if it's not on your inventory, the last thing I heard it was tied to your horse.
Yep, it was.
And you guys, it was actually lost like almost immediately after you guys walked into the thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's gone.
All right, I'll clear that, and I'll get rid of
Easy.
the length of rope too.
Easy come, easy go.
Believing of everything on my horse in my list of my horse. Should I ever find my horse again? But my horse itself.
It's
is probably
entirely
already
possible
found
that
again.
that horse was technically on the far side of the tower. Although I'm going to have to work out exactly how many miles it may have been blown away.
Oh yeah.
One day, the skeletal remains of a horse walk
we
up
still
to you.
we still have
I'm so
experience
I'm
to
so
do, though.
yeah I'm getting to that. I'm so sad about that horse because that horse was such a survivor, but I don't think it can survive a tactical nuclear device. Did we learn something new and important about the world today?
Don't mess with glowy runes and towers. They explode.
More dark gods. What do we need now?
And more dark gods. They are everywhere. The old ones are always watching, and they're ready to take us over again.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's plenty of answers for this one. I agree with all of the above.
There was a lot. So mark XP for that. Did we overcome a notable monster or enemy?
Did we
Bravely ran away
overcome?
from
I
one.
don't think we defeated said monster or enemy.
In a lot of cases, avoidance generally is okay. I mean, like if it was to avoid to get to a goal, like if you avoided like some sort of deadly trap or something. On this
Yeah.
one, though, it was just more like flee for our lives. I don't think that really counts as overcoming it,
That said,
unfortunately.
we
I mean, like, you
endure
may have
extra
blown it up.
danger.
You may.
We did
I mean,
endure
like,
extra-
yeah.
I was gonna say we did endure extra danger, and in fact, Mirai nearly got herself blown away during said danger to attempt to.
This is
set
true.
everything.
You don't. The only thing is, there's no way for you to confirm as to whether or not it was destroyed and overcome.
I have no doubt that it's not destroyed.
You know,
We
I
know
will say
whether
that you
it's-
managed to escape the situation and give it a big fuck you as you left. Everybody can mark XP. I think you actually did
That's
overcome it. Nothing says that overcoming it is permanent. It may come back. Who knows?
We may regret that explosion at some point.
I'm
Mhm.
hoping that it caused enough damage to slow the thing down for a little bit, so it can't just invade the rest of the world immediately.
Did we loot a memorable treasure? Don't think so.
No.
One thing we didn't already have.
I think the sentient gems continue to be memorable.
They continue to be memorable, but alas.
Did we succeed in spreading the reputation of the guild?
Hell no.
Highly doubtful.
I told that giant being out there the guild was going to kill it, but I doubt that's going to do much.
you spread the guild's reputation
Good,
to the
good.
old
Look,
ones.
See, it survives the blast. It goes directly for Arnhen next.
Yep.
You know, I'll give you guys that one.
Oh shit.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately for you guys, you did succeed in spreading the reputation of the guild, especially in conjunction with the second question we answered.
So there goes Lotho and the entire Arnhen.
I'd be in trouble if we ever
Let's
come
hope that
back.
Telemon's got the magic howitzers ready.
Well, he does have a contingency plan.
He does
All
have
fails.
he does have a reset, Jim.
Yep, he does.
What I want to know is if Sarcasmus left the vial of boom that Regan asked him to bury under the basement, because that would be really funny if it was still there.
And there's the second large crater.
And then we lose the only town that hasn't been destroyed that we visit.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, California. The southern half of Arkfall just breaks off and floats
Already
into the
destroyed
sea.
aren't hit in the future, so I mean we might as well destroy it in the past.
So I believe that will be the end of Dungeon World for the moment. I think very ironically, Mr. Meadhammer has reached retirement status in perhaps the worst place
I
possible.
know, right?
I was going to retire
And
to
Vinny's just
safety.
like, yep, that's it. I quit. See you
I'm
all.
out.
Good luck.
Peace out, bitches. I'm gone. Screw you guys. I'm going home.
And going home.
So, before I go home, someone please tell me where we are first.
Yeah, like I'll just use my innate dwarven dungeoneering sense to get my way out of here. I can do that, right? And he just takes off. So I hope everybody enjoyed that wrap up. That was actually a lot more epic and I think appropriate than I was even potentially planning. People just had to roll fails.
Oh yes.
And always the
It's been on the fail all night. I had 10s the rest of the evening.
Yep. Just had to roll snake eyes on that one.
That said, I'll be back in a little bit to talk about Fallout. I'm gonna make a couple of phone calls here and catch you
I
guys
will
in a minute.
stop the recording.
Alrighty. I gotta